Chapter 1081. Xiaoyan, I'll leave the rest to you. If you lose, we'll lose the 33 days fortune celestial pill, and I'll throw you into Ding of Shenzhou. Lin Feng chuckled and transmitted his voice to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan chuckled and replied, "That's too scary. I'd rather live in the Yinyang Sea." Xiaoyan didn't dare to say that he could beat Dao Venerable Qingning in alchemy. Confidence didn't mean blindness. But Xiaoyan was even more fearless. His mental state was as calm as usual. Dao Venerable Qingning and Gu Yuankai's excellence made him more determined and full of fighting spirit. That's why I said that the one thing that the Destined One has in common is that they're all born to be Mr. Grand Spectacle. Other things aside, they all have big hearts. Lin Feng has always been very at ease with Xiaoyan. At such a crucial moment, he was even a bit absent-minded. The Void Temple suffered that calamity back then, resulting in the loss of many top-tier pill recipes, having no choice but to slowly recover. But Brothers' pill recipes for the 33 days Fortune Immortal pill and the Heaven Spirit Healing pill don't seem to have this problem, because aren't they the same path? Lin Feng grinned and looked at Gu Jun and the others. Gu Jun didn't say anything and left the decision to Gu Yuankai. Gu Yuankai coughed. "Please follow me. We'll go to the 4th floor of the Black Spirit Temple." He looked at Gu Lianqing and the others. "All of you come together. This is a rare event. It'll be beneficial for all of you." After Gu Yuankai finished speaking, he didn't lead the way to the 3rd floor. Instead, he pointed at the ground and an array appeared. A huge pillar of light shot into the sky, forming a staircase of light. After the staircase appeared, Gu Yuankai stepped forward and led the way. Gu Jun, Lin Feng, Yan Nanlai, and the others followed together. When they stepped on the staircase, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. The sky in front of him flickered alternately between red and blue, changing between light and dark, causing one's eyes to be dazzled. The ground beneath his feet was a dazzling golden color, and it complemented the flashing red and blue sky. When Dao Master Qingning saw this, he sighed and said, "The Nanming Longevity Paradise truly lives up to its reputation." Gu Yuankai stepped on the golden land. As he walked forward, he said to Lin Feng, Yan Nanlai, Dao Master Qingning, and the others behind him, "In this heavenly abode, it will be very helpful for everyone to open their furnaces. It's not that I want to take advantage of you two. I don't have any geographical advantage in concocting pills in my clan's longevity grotto heaven. The two of you can rest assured." Lin Feng, Xiaoyan, Yan Nanlai, and Dao Master Qingning walked together in the cave. Silently, they sensed the changes in the spiritual energy within. After a long while, they all nodded. It wasn't that Gu Jun, Gu Yuankai, Gu Cheng, and the others couldn't control the flow of spiritual energy within the cave to secretly help Gu Yuankai. After all, the purpose of the cave's existence was to help the ancient alchemists refine higher quality elixirs. It was reasonable for the power of heaven and earth to be added to one person. However, if Gu Yuankai really did so, Lin Feng and the others would be able to detect it immediately. Therefore, Gu Yuankai wouldn't be stupid enough to cheat in front of them. Taking 10,000 steps back, if Gu Yuankai really has the ability to cheat and also make Lin Feng, Xiaoyan, Yan Nanlai, Dao Venerable Qingning, and the others unable to detect it, then that is also his ability. Yang Qing looked around and sent a voice transmission to Xiaoyan, "Eldest senior brother, this cave seems to be related to the Nanming Leaf Fire?" Xiaoyan also looked at the alternating red and blue sky with interest. After hearing Yang Qing's question, he answered, "When this space was opened, a large amount of Nanming Leaf Fire was smelted. From a certain point of view, you can even think of this as a small world made up of Nanming Leaf Fire." Yang Qing nodded. Not only is alchemy beneficial here, but it's also twice the effect of refining celestial artifacts and refining magic treasures. No matter if it was the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders or the disciples of the Void Temple, at this moment they were all curiously sizing up the paradise world in front of them. Even the younger generation disciples of the ancient clan, the vast majority of them had never entered this place before. They were filled with yearning towards this paradise that only existed in legends in the past, and now their wishes were finally fulfilled. Everyone walked forward and arrived at the center of the cave. Gu Yuankai's hands formed a seal, and white light appeared on the golden ground. Within the white light, a huge white lotus slowly bloomed, turning into a huge lotus platform that looked like a small city. Gu Yuankai was the first to step onto the lotus platform. He cupped his hands at an old man on the lotus platform. "Elder Huanggu, sorry to disturb you." Lin Feng, Xiao Yan, and the others' gazes fell on the lotus platform. They saw an old man dressed in white on the lotus platform. His face had weathered the vicissitudes of life. He calmly nodded at Gu Yuankai, then looked at Lin Feng, Yan Nanlai, and the others. He also nodded in greeting. "I am Elder Huanggu. Greetings, you too." Silently stood a huge cauldron beside the old man. It looked ancient, but the most eye-catching thing was that the cauldron was snow white. It looked somewhat similar to the white lotus platform under everyone's feet. Lin Feng and Yan Nanlai nodded at the same time. "You're too kind." This old man was naturally one of the two Mahayana-grade magic treasures of the ancient emperor's bloodline, the treasure spirit of the Huanggu Immortal Cauldron. Immortal Huanggu. "I already know what happened. Such a grand event is indeed rare, and I am looking forward to it." "You need me?" Immortal Huanggu asked. Gu Yuankai shook his head slightly. "I don't want to trouble Elder Huanggu." He turned to look at Xiao Yan and Dao Master Qingning. "Do you two have any objections to using this cauldron for alchemy?" With a wave of his sleeve, 3 green and black cauldrons landed in front of Gu Yuankai. They were exactly the same, a set of 3 cauldrons. Xiao Yan and Dao Master Qingning scanned them with their spiritual senses. They knew that these 3 cauldrons were not magic treasures, but they were still quite good cauldrons. They were not inferior to the Qinglu cauldron, and most importantly, they were exactly the same. It was fair for the 3 of them to use 1 cauldron each, but it naturally couldn't compare to the wonders of the Sun Moon Divine Furnace and the Huanggu Immortal Furnace. However, it was more of a test of one's alchemy skills. Gu Yuankai's gaze mainly fell on Xiao Yan. Although his family had the Huanggu Immortal Furnace and Taishu Temple had the Sun Moon Divine Furnace, Xianmen Tianzong had Ding of Shenzhou. The difference was too great. Even if the Huanggu Immortal Furnace and the Sun Moon Divine Furnace were combined, they still couldn't compare. Although Xiao Yan was still young, the level of alchemy he had shown before was enough to overturn the balance of victory and defeat. Gu Yuankai had no choice but to be a hero. This wasn't a show of weakness, nor was it to diminish his prestige, nor was it a lack of confidence. It was just that he wasn't stupid. Even Dao Master Qingning remained silent. Everyone used the same cauldron, and he was confident that he could beat Xiao Yan. However, he used the Sun Moon Divine Furnace, and Xiao Yan used Ding of Shenzhou. This was a completely different matter. Even Yan Nanlai and Wu Mingqi fell silent. Not long ago, the ancient gate of heaven's Mahayana Divine Furnace was destroyed. The Huanggu Immortal Furnace of the ancient emperor lived in seclusion in the immortal ancient world. The heaven and earth cauldron of the primordial demon cult was destroyed. Other powerful cauldrons that had appeared in history were also annihilated one by one. The current top alchemy magic treasure in the Divine Land was the Sun Moon Divine Furnace of Taishu Temple. It had always made great contributions to the supreme status of Taishu Temple. However, with the appearance of Ding of Shenzhou, this advantage disappeared. From the moment Ding of Shenzhou was refined, it was the strongest alchemy magic treasure in the history of the heaven primal world. It was just that not long after it was successfully refined, it disappeared into the sea of stars and never appeared in the world. Gradually, it became something that only existed in legends. But now, this supreme emperor among alchemy magic treasures had stepped into the human world again. Mahayana magic treasures like the Sun Moon Divine Furnace and the Huanggu Immortal Furnace had no choice but to bow their heads and retreat. Xiao Yan looked at the tripartite Dark Star Cauldron and said calmly, "I have no objections." Gu Yuankai nodded. "Then the two of you, let's begin." He used his magic power to pick up a Dark Star Cauldron and lightly tapped his finger on the body of the cauldron. A pill fire burned in the cauldron, and a beam of light shot into the sky. Gu Yuankai flicked his finger. A pill that was as black as ink floated above the Dark Star Cauldron. It emitted an ancient aura and was full of vitality. Although it was only a pill, it was like a living being. Moreover, it was a life with incomparable vitality. It was as if it could live forever and never die. This was the top spirit pill of the ancient emperor's lineage, the longevity pill. Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled. He also used his magic power to pick up a Dark Star Cauldron and ignited the pill fire. A treasure light rose. At the same time, a pill the size of an adult's thumb appeared in his palm. This pill wasn't in the shape of a round ball. It looked more like a gathering of constantly changing clouds. Within that seemingly small cloud, there seemed to be an infinitely vast space condensed there. It was like a heavenly palace in heaven, the 33 heavens. This was the 33 heavens fortune, celestial pill. Xiao Yan's current action was an ancient ritual known as pill light. It originated from the heyday of the ancient alchemy gathering. Before cultivators competed in alchemy, they would first light up their pills. It was a greeting to the passageway to show respect. At the same time, it was also a display of the most outstanding work that they had refined before. It had the intention of subduing the opponent without a fight. On the other hand, apart from competition, the alchemy gathering would also be used for transactions. Usually it was a barter. Thus, cultivators would display their bargaining chips in advance. After pill light was the alchemy battle and alchemy competition. Since Gu Yuankai made this action, Xiao Yan naturally accompanied him. On the other side, Dao Master Qingning also did the same. After picking up the third Dark Star Cauldron, he ignited the pill fire and a huge golden elixir the size of a fist appeared in his hand. On the surface of the golden elixir, there were faint shadows of different great demonic beasts. This was naturally the 10 Saints' golden elixir of the Taishu Temple. 3 beams of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the white lotus throne. Lin Feng and the others left the heart of the lotus and stood on the huge white lotus petals. Together, they watched the peak battle that was about to unfold. Chapter 1082. Everyone stood on the petals of the white lotus. Silently, they looked at Xiao Yan, Gu Yuankai, and Dao Master Qingning, who were facing each other at the center of the lotus. Although there were only 3 participants in this elixir gathering, all 3 of them were the top alchemists in the human cultivation world. The onlookers were also full of power. There was Xiao Yan's master, Lin Feng, the master of the celestial sect, Taishu Temple's current master, Yan Nanlai, and the Gu clan's current master, Gu Jun. In addition, Zhu Yi, Wu Mingqi, Gu Cheng, and the others were also the core figures of their respective forces. "Let's set the time to 7 days," said Gu Yuankai. Gu Yuankai said. Xiao Yan and Dao Master Qingning both nodded. Strictly speaking, 7 days wasn't a long time. But the elixir gathering had always been about refining pills that took decades or even hundreds of years to refine, unless it was a private battle. Xiao Yan held the Black Star Furnace in his palm. Alchemic fire ignited in the furnace, but it wasn't the Nanming fire, but the pure Yang fire. When Gu Yuankai saw this, he wasn't annoyed. He just slightly raised his eyebrows. Is he going to fight with Tao Master Qingning? The Nanming fire could be said to be the most suitable fire for refining pills and refining weapons in the world. The alchemic fire in Gu Yuankai's furnace was the Nanming fire. What kind of alchemic fire was used completely depended on the cultivator's ability. This was the same as mastering the pill recipe, mastering the technique, and the strength of the supernatural power. It all depended on one's own ability. Gu Yuankai's use of the Nanming leaf fire couldn't be considered an advantage. Tao Master Qingning and Xiaoyan didn't oppose it. If there was a difference in the results of the competition, no one would say anything. In Tao Master Qingning's furnace, a pale blue flame ignited. This fire was called the Green Lotus Flower Real Fire. It didn't have much destructive power, but when used for refining pills, it was an extremely top alchemic fire. It was second only to the Nanming leaf fire and not inferior to the pure Yang real fire. Tao Master Qingning was also full of confidence. He didn't care about Gu Yuankai using the Nanming leaf fire at all. Instead, he frowned slightly when he saw Xiao Yan use the pure Yang real fire. Xiao Yan also possessed the Nanming leaf fire, which was now known to the whole world, but at this moment, he gave up using the Nanming leaf fire for alchemy and switched to using the pure Yang true fire, which had a similar effect to the green capsule lotus flower true flame. It was really hard not to associate it, because of his relationship with Xiao Zhan, and because of the tit-for-tat incident before. Not many people would think that Xiao Yan was looking down on Gu Yuankai. Even Gu Yuankai himself didn't think so. The vast majority of people had the same thoughts as Gu Yuankai. Xiao Yan and Tao Master Qingning were at loggerheads. Not only did the alchemy cauldron not take advantage of Ding of Shenzhou, but the alchemy fire was also fair. But many people couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, the problem is that in other aspects, you aren't on the same level as Tao Master Qingning. To put it nicely, your actions are open and above board. But to put it bluntly, you're arrogant and conceited. You don't have any self-awareness. The disciples of Taishu Temple slightly frowned. How arrogant! This isn't refining the qi revolving pill. The level of the qi revolving pill was too low. There was a limit to the quality of the pill itself. To a primordial soul realm alchemist, there weren't many new tricks that could be used. But some high-level pills were different. There were many problems that involved experience, and there were many more variations and techniques that could be used. Xiao Yan was half a head above Tao Master Qingning in refining the qi revolving pill. This surprised everyone. This meant that if both sides were at the Yuanying realm, then in terms of alchemy attainments, Xiao Yan was likely to be superior. A single pill couldn't explain everything, but it was enough to arouse everyone's attention. But after rising to the primordial soul realm, the situation was completely different. This didn't have much to do with the difference in their cultivation realms. The main reason was that Tao Master Qingning had reached the primordial soul realm over 10,000 years ago. At this level, it was likely that he had refined more pills than Xiao Yan had ever seen. After all, Xiao Yan hadn't reached the primordial soul realm for long, and his path of alchemy had reached a completely new realm. In this strange and vast world, just how much he had explored was a great question. Under normal circumstances, the people of Taishu Temple and the ancients could almost tacitly agree that Tao Master Qingning and Gu Yuankai were capable of crushing Xiao Yan in this level of alchemy. In their expectations, the gap between Xiao Yan and the two old men was similar to the gap between Ding of Shenzhou and the Sun-Moon Divine Furnace. This was also the reason why Tao Master Qingning and Gu Yuankai were confident. It was just that Xianmen Tianzong had created too many miracles, and Xiao Yan's previous performance had made them look at him in a new light. So the outcome of this elixir meeting was still in suspense. But at this moment, Xiao Yan had abandoned the Nanmingli fire and chosen the pure Yangreal fire. In the eyes of everyone, this was tantamount to ruining some of his hopes. Either he had absolute confidence in himself, or he was too arrogant, or he was purely fighting with Tao Master Qingning. If it was the former, it would be too unbelievable. Tao Master Qingning looked at this scene and smiled instead of being angry. Very good, let's see how capable you are. He put his palms together, and some medicinal materials fell into the azure lotus flower true flame in the dark star cauldron. Gu Yuankai's expression was calm, his gaze glancing at Gu Jun on the other side. Gu Jun's expression was similarly calm, only sizing up Xiao Yan with an interested gaze. Xiao Yan's expression was even more calm. It was as if he turned a blind eye to the suspicious gazes of the outside world. He calmly threw some medicinal materials into the dark star cauldron and slowly refined them with the pure Yang real fire. Dharma power was injected into the dark star cauldron one after another. The milky white pure Yang real fire did not look vigorous. As it rose and fell, it did not seem to jump like ordinary flames. Instead, it gave people a feeling of slowness. Xiao Yan looked calm and unhurriedly operated the dark star cauldron, giving people a feeling that he was lifting something heavy as if it were light. On the other hand, Tao Master Qingning and Gu Yuankai looked the same. When Tang Jun, Gu Lianqing, Chang Ling, and the others saw this, they secretly nodded in their hearts and felt a lot of emotions. When the three alchemists greeted each other before the official opening of the elixir gathering, they made a lot of noise. However, at this time, when they really started, it was much calmer. However, this calmness was only on the surface. Above the three people's cauldrons, billowing medicinal fragrance gushed out and turned into clouds of air that condensed above the cauldrons. As time passed, the auspicious clouds above Tao Master Qingning's cauldron gradually turned pure gold. The auspicious clouds above Gu Yuankai's cauldron gradually turned cyan. The auspicious clouds above Xiao Yan's cauldron were pure white. The three auspicious clouds floated in the void together, revealing traces of a mysterious concept that moved people's hearts. In this Nanming longevity cave, even the lowest cultivation level was at the foundation establishment stage. It was not a problem for them to not eat for a short period of time. Moreover, just inhaling the medicinal fragrance of the three alchemists into their bodies was enough to dispel all hunger and fatigue. Everyone patiently stood on the lotus platform, silently waiting for the moment when the three alchemists finished their alchemy. In the next 7 days, Xiao Yan, Tao Master Qingning, and Gu Yuankai all looked calm and focused on alchemy. This was because the three of them looked at ease. Not only did it not make people feel bored, but it also made people feel that time passed quickly. It was not until the 7th day that the situation gradually changed. The three auspicious clouds began to slowly gather towards the center bit by bit. They became more and more condensed, as if they had become solid. Although the speed of time was also a standard of victory in the competition, the three of them unanimously chose to completely open their cauldrons on the last day. The level and quality of the alchemy were obviously the focus of their attention. Lin Feng, Yan Nanlai, Gu Jun, Gu Cheng, Zhu Yi, Xiao Zhen, Yangqing, and the others who also had high attainments in the way of alchemy could already see at this moment what the three of them had chosen to refine. To be honest, although the three kinds of alchemy were different, they were all relatively time-consuming in terms of refining time. Even if Xiao Yan and the other two were to refine them, it would be difficult to finish within 7 days. However, the three of them still made their own choices. This elixir gathering was not only a competition between them, but also a challenge and surpassing themselves. This was the confidence and pride of the three top alchemists. They wanted to use powerful opponents to temper themselves and break through their past limits. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled. Sure enough, all of you are like this. Playing is making my heart beat faster. Finally, when the 7 days were about to end, Gu Yuankai was the first to react. He put his palms together, and the blue, auspicious clouds above the cauldron had completely condensed into an emerald-like blue crystal. In the next moment, the blue crystal continued to condense and gradually turned into a blue light. Like a waterfall, it poured back into the dark star cauldron. Almost only a moment later, Tao Master Qingning also slapped his palms on the dark star cauldron. The golden, auspicious clouds above the cauldron also condensed into a golden crystal. Then it continued to condense and turned into a golden light that poured back into the dark star cauldron. Gu Yuankai quickly walked around his cauldron. Pale, white lotus flowers danced in the air. Gu Yuankai gently slapped his palms on the cauldron. After 81 palms, the golden Nanming leaf fire flashing with red and blue light in his cauldron exploded with a loud bang. A dazzling light shot up into the sky. As for Tao Master Qingning, he kept his palms on his dark star cauldron and did not let go. Black and white yin and yang mana gathered outside the cauldron, constantly rotating, as if forming a huge vortex. In the center of the vortex, the pale blue flame kept jumping. Slowly, it spread to both sides. Similarly, there was a dazzling light gradually gushing out from it, and the fragrance of medicine filled the air. At the same time, Xiao Yan's side also finally made a big move. It's just that his big move made everyone shocked. The originally calm and leisurely aura in the cauldron suddenly changed. It was full of a violent aura, and the entire dark star cauldron began to shake. Even when Xiao Yan's mana fell one after another, he could not completely stabilize the cauldron. The space around the cauldron distorted violently. Dark cracks split open, and there were void tribulation thunders emerging from them, striking the white, auspicious clouds above the cauldron. And in the white, auspicious clouds, there was also a ferocious and tyrannical aura. Roars resounded throughout the space, as if a ferocious demon had awakened from a deep sleep. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. This is the inner demon born from alchemy, causing the elixir tribulation. Chapter 1083. When the level of the pill being refined was relatively high, the process of refining the pill was very likely to produce inner demons, resulting in a pill tribulation. If the inner demons were eliminated properly, the quality of the pills might be improved by another level. However, if the inner demons were not eliminated, the medicinal efficacy of the pills would be completely swallowed by the illusory devil to strengthen itself. Then, the devil would turn illusory into reality and wreak havoc. Naturally, the pills would be completely destroyed. Although resolving the pill tribulation and eliminating the inner demon could improve the quality of the pill, not many alchemists were happy to see the pill tribulation happen. There was no other reason. The difficulty and probability of getting rid of the inner demon was far greater than the probability of the inner demon devouring the elixir. If one wanted to eliminate the inner demons in a pill, it had little to do with the alchemist's cultivation and strength. If one used too much strength, while the inner demons could be eliminated, the entire furnace of pills would be ruined. Their hard work in concocting pills for half a day would all be in vain. Even if it was forcefully suppressed, it could leave traces of hidden dangers in the pill itself. It could even lead to the birth of inner demons in the user's heart. Eradicating it completely depended on the alchemist's alchemy skills and techniques, and it was hard to predict how long it would take. The agreed time limit for the Xiaoyan Trio's pill competition was 7 days. Now that 7 days had passed, if they delayed even a little, even if Xiaoyan was able to successfully eliminate his inner demon and improve the quality of the pill a step further, he would still exceed the time limit. First, they would compare the level of the pill, then the quality, and finally the quantity and time. The prerequisite was that they had to concoct the pill within the time limit. Only then would they compare. What's more, generally speaking, pill calamity occurred because the alchemist made a mistake in his or her alchemy technique, thus triggering the pill calamity. The most likely reason was that the alchemist was too impatient. In the past, during the alchemy conclave and the alchemy battle, pill tribulations occurred frequently. In terms of frequency, it was far more frequent than when cultivators refined pills on their own. Hearing the ferocious roars coming from Xiaoyan's dark star cauldron one after another, as if a ferocious beast was wreaking havoc unceasingly, the surrounding people all had different expressions. Within the Taishu Temple's crowd, Chang Ling coldly snorted. As expected, they are of the same origin. Like master, like disciple, he was too eager for quick success, so much so that he triggered the pill tribulation. Silently, Chun Xingyu looked at Xiaoyan's dark star cauldron and sensed the changes in the spiritual energy within it. Slowly, he shook his head. I'm afraid that Martial Granduncle Qingning and Lord Spiritual Perception are giving him too much pressure. After all, it hasn't been long since he became an essence soul, and he gave up on using the Nanming leaf fire and switched to the pure Yang True Fire. Among the younger generation of cultivators in Taishu Temple, he and Changling were the two people with the highest attainments in alchemy. Although Chun Xingyu didn't have the inheritance of Tao Master Qingning's lineage, Chun Xingyu's attainments in alchemy were something that even Tao Master Qingning praised. Moreover, the amount of time and energy he spent on alchemy was far less than Changling's. This highlighted his outstanding talent. Changling said he wanted to do this. No one forced him to do it. He was arrogant and wanted to provoke Martial Granduncle. So all the consequences of failure and humiliation can only be borne by him. The people of Xianmen Tianzong are really used to being arrogant. This time, they deserve to have a big fall. Someone beside Changling said. Someone beside Changling said. If he really refined a demon and swallowed all the medicinal power, then his participation in this pill gathering would be a joke. Tao Master Qingning and Gu Yuankai also saw the situation on Xiaoyan's side. The two of them only raised their eyebrows slightly before their expressions returned to normal. They had reached the final critical moment of opening the cauldron. After Gu Yuankai struck out with his 81 palms, he took a step forward and slapped both palms on his dark star cauldron. He shouted, "Open!" The Nanming leaf fire in the mouth of the cauldron soared into the sky and turned into a golden pillar of fire. Red and blue light constantly circled around it. When the flames dissipated, the dark star cauldron was revealed. Within the multicolored light, a white lotus slowly rose and floated in the air. It gradually grew in the wind and became extremely huge, just like the giant white lotus that everyone was standing on. The petals of the white lotus, formed by the multicolored light, slowly bloomed layer by layer. In the center of the lotus, there were a total of 18 cyan lights flashing from the blooming white lotus. This was the panacea that Gu Yuankai had refined. The phenomenon that appeared when the panacea came out of the cauldron was not illusory. Instead, it had truly condensed into a solid form. It caused one's mind to tremble, and one could clearly feel the majestic medicinal power and mysterious intent within it. On the other side, at the same time, Tao Master Qingning's hands that had been pressing on his cauldron suddenly loosened, and he withdrew. Following his movements, the black and white vortex that had been constantly rotating around the cauldron suddenly dispersed and turned into clouds that floated in the air. It was like a sea of black and white clouds that submerged the small city of white lotuses beneath everyone's feet. The cyan flames disappeared without a trace. A thick golden pillar of light rose from the ground and enveloped Tao Master Qingning and his dark star cauldron. Within the golden pillar of light, 9 dots of light rose together. They were dazzling and dazzling, like 9 small suns. Gu Yuankai looked at the 9 golden elixirs that rose into the air like 9 small suns. He exclaimed, "Nine Yang Spirit Elixir." Tao Master Qingning's attainments in the way of alchemy are indeed amazing. Although he had 18 elixirs here and Tao Master Qingning only had 9, it did not mean that Tao Master Qingning had lost in terms of quantity. This was the difference caused by the amount of raw materials that both sides had put into the cauldron and the different elixirs they had refined. Tao Master Qingning's raw materials had reached the theoretical limit of refining the 9 Yang Spirit Elixir in front of him. If he did not waste any medicinal materials, he would be able to refine 9 elixirs. In terms of quantity, he had already reached the limit. Similarly, if Gu Yuankai's raw materials were not wasted, he would be able to refine 18 elixirs at most. He had also reached the limit without any flaws. Therefore, in terms of quantity, both sides had achieved perfection. It was a draw. Tao Master Qingning's gaze also fell on the 18 cyan elixirs that Gu Yuankai had refined. He nodded repeatedly. Tao Master Gu is too polite. Today, I have personally witnessed Tao Master Gu refine this cauldron of divine elixir. It has truly been an eye-opener for me. In the Taishu Temple camp, Wu Mingqi looked at the elixirs that Gu Yuankai had refined and then at Tao Master Qingning's. He slowly said, "I used to think that senior brother Qingning's alchemy was unparalleled in the world and that he was the #1 alchemist in the divine land. Only today did I know that there is someone who can compete with Tao Master Qingning. Let's not talk about his cultivation and strength, at least in the Tao of alchemy. He is an expert on the same level as senior brother Qingning." Yen Nanlai said, "Tao Master Spiritual Awareness Gu Yuankai is the descendant of the ancient sovereign. He is currently the #1 alchemist. In terms of the Tao of alchemy, he is above Clan Master Gu Jun." Everyone was carefully analyzing the elixirs that both sides had refined. Although the 9 Yang Spirit Elixir was not as good as top elixirs like the 10 Saints Golden Elixir or the God Descending Great Tao Golden Elixir, it was still a secret elixir of the Taishu Temple. It had healing and nourishing effects on the divine soul. The Divine Enlightenment Elixir was a secret elixir of the ancient clan. It was also not as good as the Longevity Elixir or the Lotus Treasure Elixir, but it was still an outstanding elixir. It had miraculous effects on healing and nourishing the body. In terms of the level of elixirs, the 2 elixirs belonged to the same level. They were equally matched. Lin Feng, Gu Jun, and Yen Nanlai acted as judges. After carefully sensing the quality of the 2 elixirs, Lin Feng slowly said, "They are evenly matched. It is hard to tell who is better." This was a fair statement. Gu Jun and Yen Nanlai nodded. Gu Yuankai and Tao Master Qingning, who had the deepest understanding of the quality of each other's elixirs, also nodded. In this round, both sides were tied. In terms of time, although Gu Yuankai pulled the elixir an instant earlier than Tao Master Qingning, the 2 finished at the same time. It was still a tie. Moreover, whether it was the 9 Yang Spirit Elixir or the Divine Enlightenment Elixir, in theory, they were elixirs that could not be refined in 7 days. It was the same even if Tao Master Qingning and Gu Yuankai were refining elixirs. But today, both of them had broken through their limits. In this round of competition, whether it was the level of the elixirs refined, the quality of the elixirs, the number of elixirs, or the speed of refining, no matter how they compared, The result was a tie. This also surprised everyone. Gu Yuankai had also opened the eyes of the people from Taishu Temple and Xianmen Tianzong to be able to fight to a tie with Tao Master Qingning, who had always been known as the human clan's best alchemist. This old man's attainments in alchemy were truly admirable. Although this was the ancient clan's home ground, the Nanming Longevity Paradise, Lin Feng and Yen Nanlai were sure that Gu Yuankai did not have any geographical advantage. However, at this point, in most people's hearts, although Gu Yuankai was an alchemist expert at the same level as Tao Master Qingning, he was still slightly inferior to Tao Master Qingning. This was because his alchemy fire, the Nanmingli fire, was superior to Tao Master Qingning's green lotus flower true flame. Although alchemy fire was part of an alchemist's own strength, and no one would really use it as an excuse when all other standards were tied and the winner could not be determined, the difference in alchemy fire would naturally be noticed. Even if it was not said, it would still affect the opinion of others. Gu Yuankai did not say anything, but he had the same thought. The onlookers were mesmerized. This is really a top event. They are evenly matched and fighting fiercely. It's an eye-opener. However, the other person who participated in the elixir gathering is a bit like someone who made up the numbers. Chongling snorted. Not only is he making up the numbers, but he has also brought shame to such a top elixir gathering. If it weren't for Grandmaster and Tao Master Lingju, this elixir gathering would simply become a joke. Gu Chung sighed and transmitted his voice to Gu Jun beside him. Royal brother, it seems that we can't hand over the desolate spirit spring to Xianmen Tianzong. Instead, we have to give it to Taishu Temple. After all, using this method is too risky. Oh, is that so? Gu Jun smiled. I don't think so. Gu Chung came to his senses and looked to the other side of the lotus seat. There was a youth who seemed to have been forgotten by everyone, a youth who had been reduced to a foil for Tao Master Qingning and Gu Yuankai. It was as if his existence was to prove how outstanding the two elders were. But at this moment, the ferocious beast roar suddenly became low and weak. A giant 8 trigrams appeared out of thin air, condensed from golden light. It appeared between Xiaoyan's palms and suppressed the shaking dark star cauldron. Chapter 1084. Xiaoyan put his palms together in front of his chest. A golden 8 trigrams appeared in the air between his palms and landed on the dark star cauldron. The ferocious roar that sounded like that of a ferocious beast gradually became softer, revealing a sense of being at the end of the road. Everyone was stunned. Is he going to successfully get rid of his inner demon? Time. What time is it now? Suddenly, someone reacted. The person beside him pondered for a moment and was shocked. Starting from the opening of the cauldron, strictly speaking, there is less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn before the 7-day deadline. Everyone looked at Xiaoyan. Can he make it in time? Even if he can, he is slower than Grandmaster in terms of speed. I don't believe that his cauldron of pills can beat Grandmaster's 9 Yang spirit pills in other aspects. Chongling gritted his teeth. What's more, he may not be able to successfully concoct this cauldron of pills. Getting rid of his inner demon and calming the pill tribulation is definitely not an easy task, especially to calm it down in a short period of time. It is even more difficult. He may make the mistake of rushing again and explode his own cauldron. Chun Xingyu stared at Xiaoyan's dark star cauldron and said in a low voice, "Calm down. Watch his movements carefully." Chongling was stunned. He looked at Xiaoyan again and realized that Xiaoyan's expression was calm as usual. There was not the slightest hint of impatience on his face. His actions of using the golden 8 trigrams to suppress the inner demon pill tribulation looked as natural and smooth as flowing water. Streams of transcendence energy fell into the pill cauldron. His movements were slow and smooth, even carrying a strange rhythm. This gave Chongling a strange feeling. That Xiaoyan seems to have done this kind of thing often, to the point that it's as familiar as breathing, incomparably natural. Suppress the pill tribulation? Unusually familiar? What is going on? How is this possible? Chongling was slightly dazed. It can't be that every time he concocted a pill, he would trigger the pill tribulation, right? This is ridiculous. Chongling subconsciously shook his head, but an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. As he thought about it, he felt more and more uneasy. That was because he suddenly remembered that when the pill tribulation had just begun and the inner demons of the pill had just appeared, Xiaoyan's expression hadn't been the slightest bit flustered or surprised. It was as if everything had been within his expectations. Perhaps it should be said that it was more like a habit that had become natural, unperturbed. Yi Xinhui's confused voice came from Xianmen Tianzong's camp. Eldest martial granduncle doesn't seem to care about the pill tribulation at all. What's going on? He looked at his master, Yang Tai, in surprise. Yang Tai was also baffled. His eyes were filled with doubt, but he seemed to understand something. He seemed to have some guesses in his mind. Yang Tai looked at Tang Jun, Yan Wuwei, Duan Muhang, and the other Fen Tianya disciples. Yan Wuwei smiled and said, "Master has always been like this when he concocts higher-level pills. I have rarely seen it in recent years. However, little Duanmu has always been Master's pill boy, so it's definitely not strange." Duanmu Hong said, "That's right. When Grandmaster refines higher-level pills, he will trigger the pill tribulation every time and then subside the pill tribulation. He said that the pills refined this way are of higher quality." When he said that, most of the people present were dumbfounded. Duanmu Hong looked at their expressions, and his expression became even more strange. Isn't this something that should be done? Martial ancestors specifically demonstrated that the quality of pills that have been tempered by the pill tribulation is indeed better than those that have not. This is a fact. Why do you all look so surprised? His following words were lowered, and he was purely muttering to himself. I'm the one who is curious. Why didn't the two old seniors use this method? Although Duanmu Hong's muttering was soft, many people could hear it clearly. For a moment, everyone's expressions were extremely interesting. Bragging, right? Not only did he not avoid the pill tribulation, but he also initiated the pill tribulation and used it to improve the quality of the pills. Where did he get the confidence to subside the pill tribulation every time? Who can guarantee that he can definitely subside the pill tribulation? A junior disciple of the ancient clan was tongue-tied. Gu Lianqing also had a shocked expression. That's too difficult. It's not that it's impossible to subside the pill tribulation, but the probability of success is far lower than the probability of failure. How can he use the pill tribulation as a frequent alchemy method? Chongling shook his head continuously. Absurd, too absurd. Everyone in Xianmen Tianzong is so absurd and arrogant. If this isn't seeking instant success and benefits, taking risks out of desperation, what is? When Duanmu Hong heard this, he frowned. Isn't this senior's words a bit too much? Ever since I became Martial Ancestor's alchemy attendant, I personally witnessed Martial Ancestor using this method every time he refined high-level pills. In the first year, the number of failures and successes were basically equal. After that, there were very few mistakes. In the recent year, he has successfully subdued the pill tribulation many times without a single failure. The quality of the pills have all improved because of David. Everyone looked at Duanmu Hong in shock. Their gazes shifted back and forth between Duanmu Hong and Xiaoyan. Through Tang Jun and Gu Lianqing's alchemy, they knew that this youth in front of them, Duanmu Hong, was a simple and serious person. He did things by the book and wouldn't fake it. His words just now revealed three crucial pieces of information. 1. When Xiaoyan just started using the pill tribulation to assist in pill refining, the success rate was already as much as 50%. To other people dealing with pill tribulation, this is already an unimaginable success rate. Second, Duan Muhang's true age and how long he had been cultivating for was no secret in the eyes of cultivators with high cultivations. From this, it could be deduced that there was a limit to how long it took for Xiaoyan to go from having a 50% success rate to having a 100% success rate. This speed was even more shocking. If calming pill tribulation was so simple, then alchemy powerhouses like Dao Master Qingning and Gu Yuankai would have already begun using this method. After calming pill tribulation, as long as the success rate exceeded 80%, this was an extremely valuable alchemy method. It would cause a storm amongst alchemists and set off a frenzy. Third, the current Xiaoyan had become accustomed to triggering pill tribulation and then calming pill tribulation. His success rate was nearly 100%. In the future, he would naturally have countless opportunities to refine pills. If this continued for a long time, a quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. The medicinal materials he had destroyed in the first few years were completely insignificant compared to his future gains. They could be completely ignored. Is this true? All of the junior disciples stared blankly at Lin Ming. For a time, even Yan Nanlai, Wu Mingqi, Gu Cheng, and the others were moved. They stared closely at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's left hand constantly changed hand seals. His right hand pointed towards the furnace, and the black star furnace completely stabilized. The golden 8 trigrams completely fused into the white clouds above the furnace. At this moment, the white auspicious cloud had already regained its tranquility. It was unceasingly condensing and compressing, transforming into a transparent crystal-like crystal. Immediately after, it continued to condense into a ray of light that was almost transparent like sunlight, yet also seemed to flicker with 7 colors. Then, it poured into the dark star cauldron below. The pure, yang true fire in the furnace dispersed without a sound. No strange phenomenon appeared, no sound came out. However, it revealed a profound concept of an elephant being invisible. Everyone looked carefully and saw that at the bottom of the furnace, 12 pure white pills were placed silently. A faint fragrance wafted from them. Within each pill, there seemed to be surging clouds, filled with spirituality. However, it was not as spiritual as the 9 yang spirit pill and the divine enlightenment pill. It was as if they did not have a pill spirit, just like a low-level spirit pill. If someone who did not know the way of alchemy saw this, they might mistake it for an ordinary pill, like the Qi restoration pill. However, most of the people present had some understanding of alchemy. They all knew that Xiao Yan's furnace of pills did not have spirituality. It was just that the pills themselves were quiet and tranquil, which was why they looked so stable. The elixir contained spirituality, as if each elixir was a living life. From beginning to end, Xiao Yan's expression was calm. He opened his palm and used his magic power to guide the 12 pills into his palm. Here is a furnace of cloud net pills. Please appraise them. Xiao Yan smiled. Gu Yuankai stared at the 12 pure white cloud net pills. He carefully probed them with his divine sense. Xiao Yan did not stop him, allowing him to explore. After a long time, Gu Yuankai sighed. I am ashamed. Xiao Yan's cloud net pill has the effect of calming and healing injuries to the soul, as well as being able to recover damage to the physical body. It is a pill that Xiao Yan created by combining various pill formulas, such as the Thunder Sound Great Cyclic Pill, as well as his own understanding of pill refinement. It is the crystallization of his painstaking efforts on pill formulas over these few years. In terms of quality alone, This pill surpassed the 9-Yang Spirit Pill and the Saint Enlightenment Pill by half a level. Just based on this pill gathering was already Xiao Yan's victory. Moreover, in terms of quality, the CloudNet pill that had been purified by the pill tribulation also surpassed Tao Master Ching Ning's 9-Yang Spirit Pill and Gu Yuankai's Divine Enlightenment Pill. Suddenly, someone asked, "How long has it been? Did he go over the time limit?" Someone beside him silently calculated, and his expression became complicated. He didn't go over the time limit. He still needed the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. I'm afraid this is within his calculations. His grasp of time is far beyond our imagination. He really used the pill tribulation to assist in alchemy, but how is this possible? Most of the people present subconsciously shook their heads, not daring to believe their eyes. It was clearly an accident that should have been avoided, but it actually became an aid in alchemy. How could such a dangerous method be so easily controlled? Suddenly, the words that Tang Jun and Chang Ling had said to each other appeared in everyone's minds. To you, it might be a shortcut, but to us celestial sect disciples, it is nothing more than a trivial matter. Greedy for a moment of vanity? It's not that we are greedy for vanity, it's that we can bear this glory, so it naturally falls onto us. You are all treading on thin ice, but I have a smooth road. For a time, a similar thought appeared in everyone's minds. We really don't understand the world of Xianmen Tianzong. Chapter 1085. Xiao Yan calmly looked at Tao Master Ching Ning. Tao Master Ching Ning was also using his Dharma power and divine sense to explore Xiao Yan's cloudy net elixirs. After a while, he withdrew his Dharma power and remained silent for a long time. After a long silence, Tao Master Ching Ning sighed. My skills are not as good as others. I lost. Xiao Yan's method of using elixir tribulation to assist in alchemy is really unique. An alchemist at his level didn't need to take elixirs. He could accurately judge the quality of the elixir as long as he used his divine sense and Dharma power to detect it. Although he couldn't determine the efficacy of the elixir or distinguish the pharmacology, he could clearly perceive the medicinal power and the principles of heaven and earth contained in it. Thus, he could judge the level of the elixir. Although Xiao Yan's cloudy net elixirs couldn't be compared with elixirs such as the 33 Heavens Fortune elixir, the 10 Saints Golden elixir, and the Longevity elixir, there was no doubt that they were better than the 9-Yang Spirit elixir and the Divine Enlightenment elixir, according to the agreement of both sides before the pill competition. Just this point alone, Xiao Yan had already obtained victory. After Tao Master Ching Ning's appraisal, he could also be sure that when the elixir tribulation occurred, the inner demons of the elixirs had been completely removed. Xiao Yan's batch of cloudy net elixirs had no side effects. Moreover, because of the elimination of the elixir tribulation, the quality of the elixirs was even better. It was also better than the 9-Yang Spirit elixir and the Divine Enlightenment elixir. When Xiao Yan opened the furnace, there was no flaw in his method of pulling the elixir. There was no dregs in the cauldron. During the alchemy process, there was no leakage of medicinal power. He had accurately refined all the medicinal power of the raw materials into elixirs without any waste. These 12 cloudy net elixirs were the raw materials that Xiao Yan put in. In theory, the highest number of elixirs that could be refined. To be honest, Xiao Yan's alchemy speed was inferior to Tao Master Ching Ning and Gu Yuankai, but his precise control of time was even more impressive. There were only 3 people present, but the scale of the event could be said to be the best elixir gathering since the ancient era. Xiao Yan won the title with an indisputable advantage. In Xianmen Tianzong's camp, Tang Jun, Yang Tai, Yan Wuwei, Tan Yunqing, and the others looked at each other and smiled. Even Zhou Yunsong, whose expression had always been cold and hard, seemed to have softened a little. Only little Duan Muhang's eyes still carried a puzzled look. Why are the others so astonished by Grand Master's pill-refining methods? Other than Xianmen Tianzong, everyone else was still in a daze. Gu Yuankai shook his head and sighed. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Dao Master Qingning was silent. He was not a sore loser, but after admitting defeat, he seemed to have aged a little. In Taishu Temple's camp, Chang Ling shook his head in pain. Coincidence! It must be a coincidence. What 50% success rate to 100%? It must be a lie. Chen Xingyu turned his head and looked at him. Calm down, calm down. You have already lost your composure many times today. If you continue like this, you will achieve nothing in the future. Chang Ling laughed bitterly. No matter how calm I am, it is hard to say how great my achievements will be in the future. Perhaps my cultivation will improve, but it will be difficult for my alchemy skills to improve. Every time I close my eyes, I see the scene of Xiao Yan defeating Grand Master. He did not continue speaking because he did not want to criticize his elders, but Chen Xingyu understood what he meant. The Tao Lord Qing Ning, who was like a high mountain in the past, was defeated under the hands of Xiao Yan, who is actually not much older than him. This very easily made the younger generation disciples of the Void Temple, who specialize in the way of alchemy, feel despair. Compared to Tao Master Qing Ning, they already felt insignificant. But whether it was Tao Master Qing Ning or Gu Yuankai, they had been immersed in the alchemy path for thousands of years, so it was normal for there to be such a huge gap. This mountain was awe-inspiring, but it also set a goal for the later generations. Through their own efforts and the accumulation of time, there would eventually be a day when they would climb the mountain. But in front of them, there was a person who could step on the mountain with one step. How could this huge gap not make people despair? To put it in a more vulgar way, looking at Xiao Yan, the vast majority of people who studied the alchemy path had serious self-doubt at this moment, feeling that they were as stupid as pigs. Even worse than pigs. Even Tao Master Qing Ning and Gu Yuankai were a little shaken, let alone the other younger generation. The younger generation of the ancient clan was also greatly shocked. Gu Lianqing recovered after a long time, took a deep breath, and said, "It is normal for people to have their own talents. In the past, Emperor Chong, Xia Huang, and ancestor Changsheng all showed amazing talent in alchemy at a young age, and with low cultivation. This is the so-called rare genius. Right now, this senior Xiao of the celestial sect 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 of the celestial sect." Gu Cheng looked at Gu Jun. "Brother, did you already expect this result?" Gu Jun shook his head. "How is that possible?" "It's just that I know Xiao Yan better than you do. Although he is brave, he is not impatient and reckless. Perhaps he had this problem when he was young, but after years of teaching and polishing by the Celestial Gate Master, he is no longer the same as before. But as for the specific result, it is still beyond my expectations. I really didn't expect him to have such high attainments in alchemy. My original guess was that he tied with Ninth Uncle and Tao Master Qing Ning. In this way, he gave up the Nanming Leaf Fire and won by half a point, compared to Tao Master Qing Ning. He also has the advantage of being younger, so he won by half a point." Gu Cheng looked at Xiao Zhan, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Shen has been very calm." Xiao Zhan smiled slightly. "Because I haven't seen Brother Xiao Yan refine alchemy with my own eyes, I can only estimate based on the refined pills. So I don't know what level of Brother Xiao Yan's alchemy is, but I have confidence in Brother Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan looked at Dao Master Qing Ning and Gu Yuankai and calmly cupped his hands. "Thank you for letting me win." Dao Master Qing Ning and Gu Yuankai admitted their defeat and didn't argue back and forth. This made Xiao Yan feel a bit of respect for them. As the three people with the highest attainments in alchemy, if the two of them joined forces to deny it, although it wouldn't affect the final result, they would still argue back and forth. However, the two old men were obviously not such thick-skinned people. For a time, they only felt lonely. After Xiao Yan cupped his hands, he pointed a finger at the ink star cauldron. A stream of light rushed out from the cauldron and scattered in the sky like gorgeous fireworks. Dao Master Qing Ning and Gu Yuankai saw this and did the same. This was also the etiquette of the ancient alchemy gathering, indicating the end of the alchemy competition. Dao Master Qing Ning looked at Yan Nanlai, and Yan Nanlai nodded. "I will keep my word. As for the previous agreement, give it to Sect Master Lin and his disciple of Xianmen Tianzong." Dao Master Qing Ning silently nodded and let out a long sigh. He said with a sound transmission, "Abby Dean, I was too careless. I forgot that there is always someone better out there." Yan Nanlai also used his transcendence energy to send a sound transmission. "Senior apprentice brother Qingning is being too serious. All of the pressure has been placed on you alone. 33 Heaven's Fortune immortal pills. It seems that we can only wait until the war between the two worlds to make plans." Dao Master Qing Ning shook his head. "I thought we could harvest ahead of time." But on the other side, Gu Yuankai did the same. He returned to Gu Jun's side. "Your Majesty, is this the result you want to see? If this is a choice, then isn't it a bit too early?" Gu Jun calmly replied, "Ninth Imperial Uncle, I do not deny that because of what the Great Void Temple mentioned back then, I am more and more optimistic about the Celestial Sect of Wonders. However, this desolate spirit spring has nothing to do with whether or not I make a choice." He glanced at Gu Yuankai. "Xianmen Tianzong's pill recipe is a great favor. My clan cannot receive it for free, otherwise it will truly affect my choice. To give away a desolate spirit spring in such a way is just a gesture." Gu Yuankai fell silent. After a long time, he nodded. "Your Majesty's words are reasonable. It was I who didn't think it through." Gu Jun shook his head. He looked at Xiao Yan. "Now, it seems that this return gift is becoming too light. It doesn't have the desired effect." If so, Gu Yuankai bitterly smiled. Xiao Yan's victory in this alchemy gathering was truly beautiful. There was no dispute at all. He and Dao Master Qing Ning were both convinced of his victory. There was no need for anyone else to speak up for him. Without considering anything else and just looking at personal factors, Zhen has chosen a good husband. Gu Yuankai shook his head and praised. "He is so young and yet his talent in cultivation is so outstanding, not to mention his formidable cultivation, but he also has such profound attainments in the path of alchemy. This is truly rare." Gu Cheng said, "Although it isn't without any suspense, many people consider Dao Master Qing Ning to be the #1 alchemist in the human cultivation world of the Divine Land. Even within my clan, only you, 9th Royal Uncle, can compete with him. If Xiao Yan can surpass him and 9th Royal Uncle with a clear and indisputable advantage, then I fear he is truly worthy of being called the #1 alchemist in the human cultivation world. Although it is said that there is always someone better out there, but suddenly an originally unknown person who is even stronger than Xiao Yan popped out. In this era, I really find it very hard to imagine. Especially when Xiao Yan is still so young, I'm afraid he is still far from reaching his own peak." Gu Jun and Gu Yuankai both nodded. On the other side of the Taishu Temple camp, Yan Nanlai, Dao Master Qing Ning, and Wu Mingqi all looked at Xiao Yan with slightly complicated expressions. They watched as this handsome young man dressed in purple with a black robe returned to the camp where Xianmen Tianzong was on the other side of the White Lotus platform. Lin Feng looked at his eldest disciple and smiled. After today, your reputation in alchemy will probably surpass your reputation in other aspects. Xiao Yan smiled. This disciple has also benefited a lot from this alchemy gathering. Lin Feng nodded. Your mentality is very good. On the side, Zhu Yi, Yang Qing, and Li Yuanfang also congratulated Xiao Yan. After today, Xiao Yan had succeeded in this battle and began to establish his reputation as the #1 alchemy grandmaster in the world. But the current him had not yet reached his peak. Chapter 1086. The result of the elixir gathering was within some people's expectations, but it was also beyond the majority's expectations. The Gu clan handed over the mouth of a desolate spirit spring to Xianmen Tianzong on the spot. Lin Feng received the mouth of the desolate spirit spring, and after studying it for a while, he already had an idea in his heart. It can enhance the quality of elixirs, but the higher the level of the elixir, the smaller the effect. Even so, it is still very useful. As the old saying went, it was always the hardest to make further progress. Even if there was a slight breakthrough on the original limit, it would still be a great harvest. As for the 4 great elixirs of Taishu Temple, even Dao Master Qingning and Yan Nanlai would not carry them with them, but they would certainly not renege on the debt and would naturally send them over from White Cloud Mountain. This kind of errand was not convenient for people with low cultivation, so in the end, Lin Daohan had to personally make this trip. Lin Daohan had not been watching the elixir gathering before. After receiving Yan Nanlai's order, his expression was calm as usual. He did not reject this kind of errand work, nor did he feel that it was an insult to himself. However, he, who had always been calm, was a little startled by the defeat of Dao Master Qingning and Gu Yuankai by Xiao Yan, but he quickly recovered. Lin Feng went a talk with Yan Nanlai and Gu Jun, while Xiao Zhen escorted Lin Daohan out of the ancient longevity world. Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi also accompanied him. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for sending me off. Lin Daohan came to the entrance of the ancient longevity world and cupped his hands in greeting. Xiao Zhen returned the greeting. Fellow Taoist Lin, take care. Zhu Yi looked at Lin Daohan and silently said, eldest senior brother and your sect's Dao Master Qingning had an alchemy competition. It was a great event. It is a pity that fellow Taoist Lin was not able to attend. Lin Daohan nodded. I am also deeply sorry. Zhu Yi's tone suddenly changed. I'm also looking forward to being able to participate in this grand undertaking with you and gather in this grand event of the literary world. Lin Daohan's gaze was as calm as water when he heard this. He looked at Zhu Yi for a long time before he shook his head lightly. Actually, there's no need for that. Fellow Taoist, Zhu, you don't need to keep it in your heart. Oh, Zhu Yi's expression didn't change. You disturbed my examination and harbored ill intentions. Then, you didn't even leave me an explanation. You came as you wished and left as you wished. Do you think I'm made of clay? Lin Daohan said in a warm voice, I was just curious back then. At that time, your master and your disciples seemed to have the intention of gaining fame. So I wanted to do an experiment. But in the end, I made a fool of myself in front of Master Yi. Now that I think about it, I was really rash. Lin Daohan looked at Zhu Yi calmly. He had some understanding of Zhu Yi's style of doing things. Zhu Yi was reasonable. He would not be sly if there was no reason, but on the other hand, he was always unforgiving. Lin Daohan gazed at Zhu Yi with a calm expression. He had a slight understanding of Zhu Yi's way of doing things. Zhu Yi was reasonable, and he wouldn't be sly if he was unreasonable. It was almost impossible to make Zhu Yi let it go with just a few simple words. He had to be reasonable and calm. Only then could it end. Understanding reason, distinguishing right from wrong, paying attention to kindness and enmity, this was Zhu Yi's style. He had to repay kindness and enmity. Zhu Yi looked at Lin Daohan and said slowly, "Do you think I want to fight with you? Not at all. Although I am very interested in exchanging blows with you, it is purely a curiosity on the level of cultivation. It has nothing to do with our past enmity. The end of our enmity will take place on another battlefield." As Zhu Yi spoke, he faintly smiled. "Fellow Taoist Lin, I wish you a safe journey back to White Cloud Mountain. The day we settle our scores is not too far off." Lin Daohan's eyes, which had been as calm as water, rippled slightly. After a moment of silence, he nodded. "I am suddenly looking forward to it. Goodbye, the three of you." With that, Lin Daohan went through the entrance of the realm passage and returned to the vast 1,000 domains. Xiao Zhen looked at this scene curiously. Seeing this, Xiao Yan explained. Second junior brother went to the Great Zhou dynasty to participate in the imperial examination during the Golden Elixir period. In the end, he wrote a beautiful essay, and his scholarly aura rushed up, causing the 100 saints in the Great Zhou dynasty's tribute courtyard to cry out. "You know about this?" Xiao Zhen nodded. Xiao Yan continued. "Actually, at that time, someone in the tribute courtyard tried to stop and disturb second junior brother. That person's scholarly aura was so strong that it almost alerted the 100 saints statues. But in the end, second junior brother suppressed it. It was this fellow Lin." Xiao Zhen was a little surprised. Xiao Yan nodded. "To be precise, it should be a clone of him." Under disguise, he also participated in that imperial examination. After that, when he saw that things were not going well, he immediately hid his tracks, making it difficult for people to trace his identity. Xiao Zhen asked, "Then how are you so sure it was him?" Xiao Yan smiled. "This is related to another matter." He moved closer to Xiao Zhen's ear and whispered something. Xiao Zhen's face showed a look of realization. "I see. No wonder." At that time, Father and the others also had doubts, but they didn't expect it to be this fellow Lin. Zhu Yi nodded. "Lin Daohan is indeed not a simple person. What's more noteworthy is that this person's will is very strong, and his means of doing things are very flexible. He doesn't stick to the rules, which is very rare." Xiao Yan smiled. "Okay, let's go back and wait for this fellow Lin to bring us the 12 spiritual dawn." Speaking of the 12 spiritual dawn, Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi looked at each other, and their gazes became slightly strange. They shook their heads and laughed together. Back at their residence, Lin Feng, Yang Qing, and Li Yuanfang had already returned. Lin Feng sat silently in his quiet room, meditating. Yang Qing and Li Yuanfang also sat cross-legged, resting with their eyes closed. Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and Xiao Zhen came to the quiet room and greeted Lin Feng. Yang Qing and Li Yuanfang also stood up and greeted them. Lin Feng opened his eyes, smiled, and said, "You're back." "Yes, master. Lin Daohan has already left the Longevity Ancient Realm and returned to White Cloud Mountain to retrieve the spiritual dawn." Xiao Yan and the other two also sat cross-legged in front of Lin Feng. Yang Qing and Li Yuanfang sat next to them. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. "Although they did bleed a little this time, I'm afraid their attention is not on it now." In the residence of the Taishu Temple, Yan Nanlai looked at Tao Master Qingning and was shocked. "Did you just say the recipe of the Supreme Treasure Intellect Pill?" Wu Mingqi also stared at Tao Master Qingning. Tao Master Qingning nodded with a solemn expression. "When I talked to Tao Master Lingju, his words did reveal this layer of meaning. First, it was the remnant of the life substitution pill. And now it's the supreme treasure intellect pill. How could the ancient race have the recipe of two top spiritual dawn in our temple at the same time? Could it be? Wu Mingqi took a deep breath. Could it be that they know the whereabouts of Tianqing Taoist, or has Tianqing Taoist been hiding in the longevity ancient realm all this time? Tianqing Taoist was the former highest elder of the Taishu Temple who destroyed the elixir pavilion of the Taishu Temple and fled with all the elixir recipes. He had always been known as Tianqing Taoist, but after he caused internal strife and fled, he was completely excommunicated by the Taishu Temple. Therefore, when the cultivators of the Taishu Temple mentioned him, they would call him Tianqing Taoist. Yan Nanlai shook his head slowly. It's unlikely that he is hiding in the longevity ancient realm. Otherwise, after so many years, he would have already been discovered by our temple. It's hard to say if someone else is hiding here, but if Tianqing Taoist is hiding here, he definitely can't hide from the Haotian mirror. On the other hand, the bloodline of the ancient emperor is likely to have clues about Tianqing Taoist's whereabouts, but it's not certain. Perhaps they found a place where Tianqing Taoist used to stay, and that's why they have the present harvest. Both Tao Master Qing Ning and Wu Mingqi nodded. They had found such a place before, but it turned out to be empty. Wu Mingqi frowned slightly. Unfortunately, we can't directly ask them now. The people of Xianmen Tianzong are here, and the situation is too delicate. Otherwise, we would definitely ask the bloodline of the ancient emperor. Tao Master Qing Ning shook his head. Since they revealed the news to us, they aren't afraid of us using force. Yan Nanlai said, as long as the bloodline of the ancient emperor is not closely related to Tianqing Taoist, we have no reason to use force. Tao Master Qing Ning nodded, but Wu Mingqi didn't say anything. Supreme Treasure of Wisdom Pill. Supreme Treasure of Wisdom Pill. Yan Nanlai gave a rare bitter smile. Without the ginseng fruit tree, it's like a flower in the mirror, a moon in the water. It can be seen, but not touched. If only it was the recipe of the divine Advent Great Way Golden Elixir. Tao Master Qing Ning and Wu Mingqi heard this and nodded in agreement. Was the recipe of the Supreme Treasure of Wisdom Pill precious? It was very precious. Not to mention its function, it was different from the Life Substitution Pill and the 10 Saints Golden Elixir. The Supreme Treasure of Wisdom Pill and the Divine Advent Great Way Golden Elixir were genuine elixirs created by Taishu Temple. Now that the recipes of the two elixirs were lost, how could the people of Taishu Temple not be worried? The Divine Advent Great Way Golden Elixir was created by Tianqing Taoist, which was a little embarrassing. The Supreme Treasure of Wisdom Pill was created by Yan Nanlai's ancestor, Yan Xinghe, one of the four heroes of ancient Taishu, the second temple master of Taishu Temple, and the ancestor of Yan Nanlai. It was the most orthodox inheritance of Taishu Temple, but what made Yan Nanlai and the others helpless was that the ginseng fruit tree and ginseng fruit were almost extinct. Without the main ingredient, they couldn't refine the supreme treasure of Wisdom Pill. Even if they obtained the recipe, they could only stare at it helplessly. It would be an exaggeration to say that it was of little value, tasteless, but a pity to discard. Just the inheritance meaning of the recipe of the supreme treasure of Wisdom Pill alone was enough for Taishu Temple to find a way to get it back. But as for how precious it was, at least at the moment, it was really not worth mentioning. In terms of the value that could be realized in a short period of time, the remnant of the life substitution pill might be more valuable. Now that the two elixir recipes were in the hands of the ancient emperor, the people of Taishu Temple were both happy and troubled. They were happy because they had a clear goal instead of searching blindly. With a clear goal, it was more convenient than running around like a headless fly. The headache was because, with the celestial sect of wonders on the side, the initiative between them and the bloodline of the ancient emperor had been further reduced. Chapter 1087. The recipe for the supreme treasure pill of wisdom was the one that Lin Feng had given to Gu Jun and the others. It was a coincidence that Zhu Yi had accidentally obtained a supreme treasure pill of wisdom when he was traveling around the heavens. After bringing it back to Yujing Mountain, he used the derivation ability of Sky Gold Pavilion to successfully deduce the recipe for the supreme treasure pill of wisdom. However, for Lin Feng and his disciple, this recipe also had the problem of not being able to realize its value. In the absence of raw materials, it was difficult to refine the supreme treasure pill of wisdom. However, this did not mean that the recipe was useless. If they could successfully find a ginseng fruit tree in the future, there would be hope for them to refine the pill. Even now, if it was done properly, it could still play an important role. For example, when Taishu Temple was trying to obtain the remnant recipe for the life-substituting heavenly elixir from the ancient world of immortals, it could help the ancient world of immortals gain another bargaining chip. It was a bait that was not easy to swallow and would not fill one's stomach. However, Taishu Temple had no choice but to swallow it. Of course, whether or not they could make good use of this bargaining chip depended on Gu Jun and the others. If they did not make good use of it, it was not impossible for them to shoot themselves in the foot. However, compared to the current situation, it was undoubtedly more beneficial than harmful for the ancient emperor's bloodline. In the current situation, for the ancient clan, its special significance and function exceeded the value of the recipe itself. Lin Feng also included the supreme treasure pill of wisdom as the prize for the competition between Dao Master Qingning and Xiao Yan. Compared to the other three kinds of panacea, the supreme treasure pill of wisdom's true value lay in the pill itself. However, Lin Feng did not ask for more, lest the ancient clan made unnecessary associations. Even though he'd told Gu Jun and the others that the pill formula of the supreme treasure wisdom pill was something he deduced himself based on an accidental gain, and it wasn't a ready-made pill formula, Gu Jun and the others could guess how he deduced it and what his accidental gain was. Lin Feng had no intention of interfering with the dispute between Taishu Temple and the ancient emperor, who were in a state of pain and happiness together. When Lin Daohan brought the 12 elixirs from the divine land, Lin Feng naturally accepted them. But then, Gu Jun suddenly issued a private invitation to Lin Feng, which piqued Lin Feng's interest. He didn't know what Gu Jun's intentions were. Following Gu Cheng into the great hall of the palace, Gu Jun was already waiting there. After seeing Lin Feng, he immediately said, "Sect Leader Lin, it was really presumptuous of me to invite you over this time. Please forgive me." Lin Feng shook his head. "You're too polite, fellow Taoist Gu. Feel free to speak your mind." Gu Jun said, "This way, please." As he spoke, he formed a hand seal with his fingers. A pillar of light appeared in the middle of the hall, and within the pillar of light was another flight of stairs formed by flowing light. Lin Feng roughly sensed it. This staircase was different from the staircase in the Mystic Spirit Hall. It did not lead to the Nanming Longevity Grotto Heaven. Instead, it led somewhere else. Gu Jun took the lead and walked up the stairs. Lin Feng followed behind him and climbed up together. Gu Cheng did not move, still remaining in the hall. After going up the staircase, the scene in front of Lin Feng changed. It was a dark void, but it was another grotto heaven. Lin Feng scanned it with his divine senses and could feel that this grotto heaven was filled with a desolate and ancient aura and artistic conception. Once one entered, one's mind would feel calm. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. A familiar feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. It was a power that could shock one's heart. The dense spiritual qi was boundless and abnormally mysterious. It was as if one was facing an entire world. However, the power and artistic conception seemed to be incomplete. There were some flaws and imperfections. At this moment, Lin Feng already knew what was going on. He turned to look at Gu Jun. Gu Jun nodded and clapped his hands gently. In the dark void, an elegant white lotus suddenly appeared. It was similar to the white lotus in the Nanming Longevity Grotto Heaven, but it was much smaller. This elegant white lotus seemed to be only the size of an adult's palm. In terms of appearance and size, it was disproportionately small compared to the huge white lotus that was the size of a city in the Nanming Longevity Grotto Heaven. It was like a piece of gravel at the foot of a towering mountain. However, the vigorous power and boundless spiritual qi contained within was incomparable to the entire Nanming Longevity Grotto Heaven. Shockingly, this was an incomplete creation magic treasure. It was similar to the immortal dragon city before it received the heaven-punishing sword intent, the book of life and death before it merged with the six paths wheel, or the undamaged, ruthless emperor battle armor in ancient times. However, just like the immortal dragon city, the book of life and death, and the ruthless emperor battle armor, this white lotus was only half a step away from becoming a creation artifact. When Lin Feng saw this white lotus, he connected it with historical records and already knew its origin. This is the longevity lotus of the ancient emperor, right? I always thought that this treasure was destroyed by the ruthless emperor. Gu Jun answered, "Sect leader Lin, please don't laugh at me. The longevity lotus didn't become a true creation artifact back then, and was only half a step away from success. It was indeed severely damaged by the ruthless emperor, but it wasn't completely destroyed. All these years, our race has been diligently repairing the longevity lotus. When ancestor Mingcheng was still alive, he finally restored the longevity lotus to its original state. The ancestor Mingcheng that Gu Jun mentioned was called Gu Mingcheng. He was an ancestor of the ancient race that entered the longevity ancient world to reproduce. When he was alive, he reached the Dharma-ending realm. Later on, he tried to go through a tribulation, but he failed and died." Lin Feng shook his head. "You're too kind, fellow Taoist Gu. I think the longevity lotus throne should have been severely damaged back then. To be able to restore it to its original state and even vaguely improve, it really is not easy." Gu Jun said, "Sect leader Lin, you're too kind. Unfortunately, this ancestral treasure still hasn't become a true creation artifact. It's accumulated enough, but it's lacking the last bit of opportunity." Gu Jun shook his head. When the longevity ancient ancestor refined this treasure in ancient times, he said that if it became part of the Mahayana grade artifact of the king of the underworld, the longevity lotus could be completely perfected and successfully become a creation artifact. However, the longevity lotus had already been completely destroyed back then, so it's naturally impossible. As Gu Jun spoke, he opened his palm and revealed a piece of broken stone. It looked like a broken corner of a huge seal platform. Although this fragment of the longevity lotus has been passed down to this day, it's just a fragment. It can't help our race's longevity lotus to become a creation artifact. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. If I remember correctly, the longevity lotus was personally destroyed by the ancient emperor. A bitter smile appeared on Gu Jun's usually calm face. That's indeed the case. The two of them looked at each other and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Jun shook his head and regained his composure. He looked at Lin Feng. "Sect leader Lin, I actually have a request today. Back then, the Underworld Hall Master Su Anda offended your sect and used the Book of Life and Death to smelt the six paths of life and death, allowing the Book of Life and Death to become a creation artifact. Later on, the king of the underworld snatched it away. However, after that, you fought with the king of the underworld, and you seem to have torn out a few pages of the Book of Life and Death." Lin Feng thought to himself. As expected, The king of the underworld's orthodoxy and the ancient emperor's orthodoxy were at odds. However, for the longevity lotus, the Book of Life and Death could vaguely help it on its path to becoming a creation artifact. There might not be only one kind of opportunity for a creation artifact to become a creation artifact. However, for the current longevity lotus, the most likely opportunity was the Book of Life and Death. There was no need to smelt the entire 6 paths of life and death like the Book of Life and Death. Just a few pages of the Book of Life and Death would be enough. Lin Feng said silently, "I only have 3.5 pages with me. 3 of them were given to my disciple, Wang Lin. I only have half a page with me. Although my knowledge of the longevity lotus is limited, 3.5 pages should not be enough for this artifact to become a creation artifact." Upon hearing that Lin Feng only had 3.5 pages of the Book of Life and Death, Gu Jun also understood that it would be impossible for his longevity lotus to become a creation artifact in a short period of time. "I wonder if sect leader Lin can use this half page of the Book of Life and Death for me to study and stimulate the longevity lotus. Although it will not immediately become a creation artifact, I believe it will still be of great benefit," Gu Jun said after pondering for a moment. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If it was said that they were still trying to understand each other's strength and negotiate before, then the meaning revealed by Gu Jun's last sentence was very interesting. "Of course." Lin Feng flicked his finger, and the half page landed in front of Gu Jun and the longevity lotus. The petals of the longevity lotus trembled slightly. A vast amount of majestic spiritual qi, as well as the desolate, ancient, and endless power of longevity, became increasingly clear. Gu Jun sat cross-legged beside the longevity lotus. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and waves of dharmic power landed on the longevity lotus. His expression was calm as he looked towards Lin Feng and said, "Sect Master Lin's skills are profound. Please study it together with me. Please do not be stingy with your teachings." Lin Feng sat cross-legged and silently looked at the longevity lotus and the half page of the Book of Life and Death. He also said with a calm expression, "In that case, I will have to trouble you." The two of them sat together in the grotto heaven of the great path of life and death, separated by the longevity lotus and the half page of the Book of Life and Death. Silently, they studied the inner weaving resonance. Although it was weak, it was still constantly evolving and changing. In the following days, Lin Feng silently comprehended in the grotto heaven of the great path of life and death. As for Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, Yangqing, Li Yuanfang, and the others, they also stayed in the ancient longevity world. Xiao Yan had shocked everyone at the elixir gathering. After that, the younger generations of the ancient clans gradually regained their composure, and they began to flock to Xiao Yan's residence in large numbers to ask for pointers on the way of alchemy. The people of Taishu Temple also stayed in the ancient longevity world. They were received by Gu Yuankai and Gu Cheng. Both sides entered a long state of wrangling. Usually, the successors of Taishu Temple and the disciples of Xianmen Tianzong did not interfere with each other. With Xiaoyan taking the lead, the disciples of Xianmen Tianzong would sometimes exchange Dao with the disciples of the ancient clans. Sometimes, under the guidance of Xiaozhen, and the other disciples of the ancient clans, they would go to the ancient longevity world to pick some spirit herbs that could not be found in the outside world. At least, Yangqing had a lot of harvest. Xiaoyan would also travel with Xiaozhen, sometimes. This kind of comfortable days was broken until one day when Zhu Yi suddenly contacted Lin Feng. "Master, Big Brother, and Miss Shun encountered an enemy." Chapter 1088. During this period of time, Xiao Yan and Xiao Zhan would sometimes leave the ancient longevity world to travel together. Lin Feng knew about this. With Yan Nanlai, Lord Qingning, Wu Mingqi, and the others still staying in the ancient longevity world, the ancient clan tacitly agreed to this matter. Just like the Desolate Spirit Spring and the Longevity Lotus Throne, this was also a reward for Lin Feng for giving him the recipe for the supreme treasure pill of wisdom. The more chips the ancient clan had, the more confidence they had. As long as they were not too radical in certain matters, Taishu Temple could only turn a blind eye to it. And compared to the Desolate Spirit Spring and the concept of the Longevity Lotus, this is a return that Lin Feng is more willing to see. Using the opponent's weight to increase his own weight, being generous at the expense of others, this kind of opportunity doesn't come often. As far as Lin Feng knew, Xiao Yan and Xiao Zhan were currently traveling to another foreign space. However, when he heard the news from Zhu Yi, Lin Feng was still a little puzzled. Encountered an enemy? Encountered what enemy? Right now it can't be compared to the Xian exterminating battle when Xiao Yan's primordial spirit first formed. These few years of training caused Xiao Yan's magic power to continuously grow. Now, there were naturally people who could threaten him, but they were already very few. There were some opponents that even if Xiao Yan could not defeat, they could not do anything to him. There were not many people who could truly threaten his life. It was not something that could be encountered just by going out for a stroll, unless someone was specifically targeting him. Moreover, even if Xiao Yan could not deal with the opponent alone, Zhu Yi would definitely come to help when he received the news. He had brought the Permitha Golden Bridge with him to the ancient longevity world. With Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi's way of doing things, unless it's absolutely necessary or a rather special situation, it's impossible for them to find Lin Feng to ask for reinforcements. Although the enemy's strength is extraordinary, eldest senior brother and I are enough to deal with it. As if understanding what Lin Feng was puzzled about, Zhu Yi added, but the escape route that person prepared for himself is the Netherworld Sea. Lin Feng was a little surprised. Netherworld Sea? Is it a descendant of the king of the underworld or someone else? In Lin Feng's original expectations, the emperor of the underworld, Taoist Yuming, and the others shouldn't have shown themselves. Right now, they are the standard targets that everyone wants to beat up. Not to mention that the emperor of the underworld most likely hasn't recovered to his peak state in the past. Even if he did, facing the combined attack of the Xian Gate Sky Sect and the Void Temple, he still wouldn't be able to get away with it. Although the two sides were at loggerheads now, when faced with the king of the underworld, Lin Feng and Taishu Temple did not mind working together for a limited time. They wanted to get rid of this ruthless and tolerant person first. The king of the underworld was naturally aware of this. Therefore, ever since the battle of destroying Xian, he had been hiding his tracks and had never shown himself. Zhu Yi answered, that person is called Gongzi Zhe by his subordinates. He calls himself Shintazhe and is the disciple of Yuming Taoist. His cultivation is the direct descendant of the king of the underworld's orthodoxy. At the same time, he also cultivates a Tao technique called the Blood Hell Demonic Book. It seems to be another development of the Blood River orthodoxy and can activate the Blood River true water. This person has the appearance of a young man, but he is already an old demon who has been cultivating for many years. It's just that most likely because he has been hiding in the Netherworld Sea with Yuming Taoist for a long time, so his reputation has never been prominent. However, his cultivation has already reached the void, returning, and Tao fusing level. Although he is not as good as the Hall Master of the Underworld Hall, Su Anda, his strength is also not bad. Lin Feng was a little baffled. He really is from the king of the underworld, and he is a direct descendant. Why? Does this Shintazhe have a great feud with Little Yen before? Is he here to seek revenge? Hatred could sometimes blind one's eyes and reason, and there were some extreme hatred that even if one maintained reason, it was difficult to restrain oneself. The vast majority of people in this world had a bottom line that could not be touched by others. They had the people or things that they treasured the most, or their dignity and honor, beliefs and perseverance. Once this bottom line was crossed, it was not suitable to be judged by reason or impulse. It was just that the bottom line in everyone's heart was different. Zhu Yi's voice was a little strange. No, that Shintazhe is here for Miss Shun. He is here to kidnap the bride. Lin Feng's expression immediately became interesting. This is really... Lin Feng was a little speechless for a moment. The last person who had designs on Xiao Zhen, Marquis Jing Huan Liang An, was still imprisoned in the Golden Alms Bowl on Jade Capital Mountain, unable to make a comeback for the rest of his life. Of course, Marquis Jing Huan Liang had fulfilled all the obligations that an old enemy should have. He had left, but his intentions remained. He had squeezed out all the value that could be squeezed out by Xiao Yan. Before coming to the ancient immortal's realm, Lin Feng was still muttering in his heart. This time, besides the game with Taishu Temple, there should not be anyone coming to send gifts. This made Lin Feng a bit sigh, not being able to see the good show of blind people coming to snatch the bride when the one gets married and instead sending gifts. He never thought that another one would come to him, and it was very likely that he would catch a few bigger fish through him. This Shintazhe isn't young anymore, yet he still places so much importance on matters of love. There are quite a few people like him. It's just that his temperament really doesn't seem like he's from the bloodline of the Emperor of the Underworld. Could he be someone with the same temperament as Little Yen? Lin Feng faintly furrowed his brows, continuing to ask, with the Netherworld Sea as a path of retreat, that bastard escaped. Zhu Yi answered, he was not eldest senior brother's match. After being suppressed by eldest senior brother smashed down with the celestial flaming lotus. At the moment of life and death, a strange mark suddenly appeared on his body. He communicated with the Netherworld Sea and used the power of the Netherworld Sea to defend himself. Only then did he save his life and break open a path back to the Netherworld Sea. Although this person could not break open the crack of the Netherworld Sea on his own, it seemed that Taoist Yuming had placed a life-saving restriction on him. At the crucial moment, he could use the power of the Netherworld Sea to escape. Eldest senior brother used the evil radiant overlord sword to block the entrance of the passage, making it impossible to close. Then he chased after him. The restriction on Shintazhe's body vaguely formed a stable passage in the Netherworld Sea that was full of calamities. Zhu Yi explained the situation in detail. I was worried that he would be taken advantage of by the enemy, so I also went in with the Golden Permitha Bridge. Now, I'm following the mark left by eldest senior brother to meet him. I'm contacting you through the Golden Permitha Bridge. Miss Shun is guarding the entrance. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Xiao Yan knows to leave a mark, so he hasn't lost his mind. But even if it's to find clues about the king of the underworld, it doesn't seem like his style to chase after him so rashly. Although he was brave and fearless, the current Xiao Yan was after all tempered. It was very hard for Lin Feng to imagine that he would do such an impatient action. Zhu Yi's voice was slightly solemn. This is exactly what I wanted to report to you. Miss Shun said that Shintazhe's words vaguely revealed a piece of information. Eldest senior brother's father's early death back then seemed to be related to Taoist Yuming. Although Taoist Yuming's lineage was previously hidden in the Netherworld Sea, they had always coveted the heavenly calamity stone of the ancient emperor's lineage. At the same time, for the sake of the Netherworld Sea, they had always been searching for something in the dark. In order to deceive people, Taoist Yuming had always been acting in the dark with a clone with lower cultivation. Back then, He had once been to the area near Wuzhou City. Lin Feng raised his head slightly. Originally, he had gone for Xiao Yan, but who knew that he had wrongly found his father? Zhu Yi was also very clear about the relationship between Xiao Yan and the Netherworld Sea. That was most likely the case. Lin Feng shook his head. Previously, it was said that people have a psychological bottom line. One of Xiao Yan's psychological bottom lines was his family. Back then, both his parents died early. His mother dying from illness was still fine, but his father dying at the hands of others had always been a thorn in his heart. What made Xiao Yan especially frustrated was that before this, he didn't even know who his enemy was. Only today did he finally have a clue. Lin Feng's mind spun like lightning, saying, "Xiaoyi, follow your eldest senior brother. I will be there very soon. Just keep an eye on this clue of Shintazhe. Don't act rashly. Taoist Yuming is still fine. With the Permitha Bridge by your side, you can at least protect yourselves. But if you meet the king of the underworld, it won't be easy to deal with him." Zhu Yi said, "I understand. Although eldest senior brother is anxious, I believe he won't be too rash." After interrupting the conversation with Zhu Yi, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Something doesn't feel right. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng turned to look at Lin Feng. He and Zhu Yi used their mana to communicate, so Gu Jun naturally couldn't hear the content of their conversation, nor did he have the intention to probe further. But he, who was originally sitting with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes at this moment and looked at Lin Feng. Sect leader Lin has also received the news. Such a big matter. Xiao Zhen would naturally report it to her father in time. Gu Jun received the news almost at the same time as Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. "I intend to go to the Netherworld Sea. What about you?" Gu Jun answered, "The remnant stone of heavenly calamity is with Xiao Yan. If they meet face to face, the descendants of Taoist Yuming will most likely be able to sense it. Knowing that the item is not in the ancient world of immortals, the king of the underworld will not take the risk of invading the ancient world of immortals for no reason, so there is no need to worry about luring the tiger away from the mountain. There is 9th royal uncle and 16th royal brother overseeing the grand formation here. It will ensure stability. This is a rare opportunity. We also intend to go to the Netherworld Sea." Lin Feng put away the half page of the Book of Life and Death, saying, "In that case, there is no time to lose. Let us set off immediately." The two of them left the Great Hall, and Gu Jun immediately received Gu Yuankai's voice transmission. Yan Nanlai had an urgent matter to discuss with him and Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Gu Jun's expressions did not change. This was originally within their expectations. Zhu Yi and Xiao Zhan would not inform Taishu Temple, but Shintazhe had borrowed the power of the Netherworld Sea to escape, breaking open a crack in the Netherworld Sea, and the commotion was still very great. Taishu Temple would naturally receive the news. It was just that they did not know the specifics of the situation. Taishu Temple's elder Wu Mingqi has already rushed to that foreign space. Gu Yuankai said. Gu Jun looked at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng nodded. Gu Jun then said, "Lord Yin, please make preparations to move. Time is pressing. We and Sect Master Lin will also immediately rush to that foreign space and inform him of the details on the way." Lin Feng returned to his residence and gathered all his disciples. Then he saw Yan Nanlai bringing Dao Master Qing Ning and Lin Daohan over. After greeting Lin Feng and Gu Jun, they did not waste any more words and immediately set off, heading towards the foreign space that had opened up a crack in the Netherworld Sea. When they arrived, they saw a crack split open in the sky, as if it was a wound in the world. The void around the crack constantly twisted, and the power of the domain fiercely compressed it, faintly suffused with a white light. In that crack, they could faintly see the Netherworld Sea wreaking havoc, as if it was the end of the world. Xiao Zhen was guarding the entrance of the crack. When she saw Lin Feng, Gu Jun, Yan Nanlai, and the others arrive, she hurriedly came forward to welcome them. Chapter 1089. Xiao Zhen greeted Lin Feng and the others, then looked at Yan Nanlai and said, Taishu Temple's elder Wu has already gone in after arriving. Yan Nanlai nodded and didn't say anything. Lin Feng and Gu Jun's expressions didn't change either. Lin Feng said lightly, My disciple, Wang Lin, will be here soon. After that, he will guard this crack. Time waits for no one. Let's go in first. Daohan, you stay here and wait for sect leader Lin's disciple. Yan Nanlai turned his head and looked at Lin Daohan. Lin Daohan nodded. Yes, master. Gu Jun looked at Xiao Zhen and sighed. Zhen come with us. Xiao Zhen said, Thank you, father. Lin Feng nodded. Let's go. With that, he stepped into the crack of the Netherworld Sea. Yan Nanlai, Gu Jun, and Dao Master Qingning followed. After entering the crack of the Netherworld Sea, all they could see were fierce calamities that could destroy heaven and earth. It was a ghastly sight, but it was as if there was an invisible barrier that was trying its best to block these calamities. This barrier couldn't completely block the calamities. It could only weaken them as much as possible. Therefore, a large amount of Netherworld Evil Flame, Blood River True Water, Nine Hell Cold Wind, Mysterious Heaven Tribulation Flame, Yellow Springs True Water, and Boundless Astral Baleful Chi attacked Lin Feng and the others in waves. However, after being greatly weakened, they couldn't do anything to Lin Feng and the others. Everyone quickly moved forward. Lin Feng followed the marks left behind by Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi and walked at the front. After identifying these marks, Lin Feng nodded. The marks were all left by Xiao Yan. They were orderly and clear, not messy or panicked. This meant that although Xiao Yan had chased Shin Tuze into the Netherworld Sea, he still hadn't lost his cool. At this moment, Yan Nanlai already understood the gist of the matter. He glanced at Gu Jun, hesitated for a moment, then said, Your son is a celestial being. It is normal for him to have many admirers. But at this time, isn't it too much of a coincidence? Gu Jun's expression was the same as usual as he nodded and said, Yen, monastery master is too kind. My daughter is only a willow leaf. As for what exactly Shintaze is thinking, everything will be clear after we capture him. As he said this, everyone suddenly felt the invisible passage they were stepping on shake violently. Not only did the passageway itself become unstable, but the waves of the Netherworld Sea outside seemed to become even more violent. The Netherworld Sea, which was already in a frenzy, became more and more like the end of the world. Yan Nanlai and Dao Master Qingning looked at each other. Someone is using the power of the Netherworld Sea. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Is it your sect's Wu Mingqi, fellow Wu? Yan Nanlai closed his eyes and shook his head after a moment. It's not Junior Wu. I'm afraid it's the successor of the king of the underworld. Since Shen Tuze can't use the power of the Netherworld Sea on his own, it's most likely Taoist Yuming, or even the king of the underworld. Lin Feng murmured, Accidents are everywhere. It seems they've fought. Without wasting any time, Lin Feng immediately sped up his pace, shuttling through the passage. Yan Nanlai, Gu Jun, and the others naturally followed closely behind, heading into the depths of the Netherworld Sea. But as time went on, the waves of the Netherworld Sea became more and more violent. The entire world was shaking, as if it was about to collapse. And that passage finally began to collapse. Lin Feng, Gu Jun, Yan Nanlai, and the others all frowned. In the next moment, the invisible passage collapsed with a loud bang. The seemingly endless calamities of the Netherworld Sea instantly drowned everyone, and then they were scattered and lost contact. Even if they were in this environment, they could only stabilize their defenses and go with the flow. Lin Feng didn't rush to use the Two Realms Void technique to immediately descend with his original body. Instead, he took out the miraculous Shaluo tree. A dark golden radiance shone, and a tree branch stretched horizontally above his head, protecting him. However, the calamities of the Netherworld Sea were indeed ferocious, especially since they were continuous and seemingly endless. Moreover, they were getting more and more violent. Even the miraculous Shaluo tree had to defend with all its might. And this is under the condition that they aren't targeting me on purpose. Otherwise, it would be even more violent. Lin Feng thought, Taishu Temple's Wu Mingqi can use the power of the Netherworld Sea with his Dao fusing realm cultivation. Under the condition of not considering the Dharma-ending calamity, he has actual battle prowess comparable to a Dharma-ending realm cultivator or a treasure of creation. It seems like the rumors are true. I wonder how powerful Taoist Yu Ming will be after using the power of the Netherworld Sea. However, the Netherworld Sea is so brutal and brutal. Under the condition of not having complete control over it, using the power within is probably a heavy burden on the cultivator's body. The stronger the power that is used, the greater the burden. Lin Feng thought, after Wu Mingqi drowned his Taiwan mountain in order to resist the big demon, there hasn't been any news of him for a long time. He has been living in seclusion on White Cloud Mountain instead of guarding infinite wilderness vast land like before. It's very likely that he's not just taking a break to rest, but also recuperating. As he thought, Lin Feng activated the miraculous Shaluo tree to defend himself while slowly moving forward in the brutal Netherworld Sea. The situation in the Netherworld Sea was extremely complicated. There were too many brutal powers running amok, and the flow of spirit qi was almost irregular. It also greatly interfered with magic power transmission, making it impossible for Lin Feng to get in touch with Xiaoyan and Zhu Yi. However, Lin Feng had left spatial markings on his disciples. Although they were also interfered with, Lin Feng could still follow the markings to find them. It was just that the efficiency was very low. After walking for an unknown period of time, Lin Feng's heart suddenly stirred. He looked up and saw a bright red pillar of light standing in the chaotic world. It was not affected by the earth-shattering calamity at all. No matter how the world was flipped over or how the world was shattered, it remained unmoved, like a pillar in the center of the Netherworld Sea. However, this bright red pillar of light that held up the sky and stabilized the earth did not make one feel at ease at all. Instead, it made one feel even more uneasy. Lin Feng faintly furrowed his brows. Even though I can see it, it's like it's far away. Even with my current understanding of the mysteries of the great Tao of space, it's still very difficult for me to directly come into contact with that pillar of light. This seems to be the result of the entire Nether Sea world's distortion. It was as if countless worlds, countless planes were continuously overlapping and compressing together into a center. However, it seemed to have no connection with the outside world and was hard to touch. Lin Feng followed the spatial markings on Xiaoyan and Zhu Yi's bodies and continued forward. Suddenly, the space in front of him became chaotic. Lin Feng's expression did not change. He raised his hand, his palm like a blade, and slashed at the Netherworld Sea turbulence in front of him. The heaven-world barrier divine ability was activated. The chaos in front of him immediately became clear. It was a small world like a giant bubble. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This is one of the many Netherworld Sea worlds within a world, right? Looking around, he couldn't see any other world within a world. Lin Feng took out the world-breaking stone and opened up a world channel on the surface of the world within a world. He then entered it. the world channel quickly recovered and blocked out the netherworld sea calamities. Although there were still many calamities that came in, they were much lighter than before. Compared to the invisible channel before, it was much more stable. From the outside, this world looked like a giant bubble. But after entering, one would find that the space inside was very vast. After entering, the space imprints on Xiaoyan and Zhu Yi's bodies instantly became clear. Lin Feng flew all the way. Soon, a giant palace appeared in front of him. It didn't look luxurious, but it had a grand aura. It was just that more than half of the originally grand palace had collapsed. It was clear that a huge battle had just happened. Just by feeling the remnant mana aura here, one would know that it was done by Xiaoyan and Zhu Yi. Other than that, in this palace, the 9 underworld, Yin Wind, Blood River, True Water, and other calamities were much denser and could be seen everywhere. 2 figures flew out from the palace. It was Xiaoyan and Zhu Yi. When they saw Lin Feng, they immediately bowed. "Master, you're here." Lin Feng sized them up and nodded. "It's good that you're fine." Xiaoyan said, "Disciple followed that shun tu zhe into this world within a world. Originally, I planned to wait for Master to arrive before acting together. But I discovered that Yu Ming Daoist was really slippery. He didn't come to find trouble with Disciple, and just directly moved and ran. I had no choice but to act and try to hold him back until Master arrived. Later, second junior brother rushed over to help me fight against Yu Ming Daoist. The power of his netherworld sea was indeed domineering. Luckily, with second junior brother's Permitha Bridge, we didn't suffer any losses, but we weren't able to keep Yu Ming Daoist." Zhu Yi nodded. "The other party has been operating here for a long time. They should have occupied more than one netherworld sea within a world. Yu Ming Daoist used the formation to escape and destroyed it. Before he left, he wanted to detonate the entire world within a world. Luckily, Big Senior Brother understood a lot about the netherworld sea and was able to stabilize this world again. We were just studying the formation that was destroyed by Yu Ming Daoist, trying to see if we can continue to follow him." Lin Feng asked, "The king of the underworld isn't here?" Xiaoyan and Zhu Yi shook their heads. Lin Feng thought for a while and said, "Bring Master to the formation." The 3 entered the broken palace and came to the deepest part of the hall. At the end was a quiet room. There were 2 broken stone statues at the door. After entering the quiet room, they saw that the walls and floor were all transparent. They could clearly see the thousands of calamities wreaking havoc in the netherworld sea outside. In the center of the quiet room, a formation was flashing with a faint light. It seemed to be in operation. However, Lin Feng only needed one look to know that this formation was completely destroyed. It was completely useless. Even for him, who was proficient in formations, it would be extremely difficult to restore it. Lin Feng stared at the formation and studied it carefully. After a while, he turned to look at Xiaoyan. "I will reconstruct the formation. You will provide the necessary information about the netherworld sea, although it might not point to where Yu Ming Daoist went. It should be able to enter other worlds within a world of the netherworld sea. At this time, every bit of understanding about the netherworld sea is of great value." Xiaoyan nodded. "Yes, Master." A bright red light appeared in his eyes. Within the red light, a large number of complicated runes appeared. They were ancient and mysterious. As expected, it is the same as the bright red pillar of light we saw just now. A look of understanding appeared on Lin Feng's face. He stretched out his finger and pointed. The red light in Xiaoyan's eyes was drawn out and fell into a ball of purple cloud. Then, the purple cloud landed on the formation that was flashing with a faint light. Chapter 1090. The purple clouds wrapped around the red light that shot out from Xiaoyan's eyes and landed on the previously destroyed spirit design. The spirit design, which was originally flashing with a faint white light, suddenly turned purple. Within the purple light, a strand of red light kept swimming and finally stopped moving. The purple light started to expand, and the scale of the spirit design became larger and larger. Formation patterns appeared one after another, stacking and combining together. When the purple light completely stabilized, the void in the center of the spirit design instantly opened up. The red light shone brightly, as if a door had opened in front of Lin Feng, and the rest. Lin Feng turned to look at Xiaoyan and Zhu Yi. Have you collected all the valuable things in this world within a world? Zhu Yi answered, Yes, master, but there aren't many valuable things. Lin Feng nodded. If that's the case, then let's go. With that, he stepped into the open door in the center of the spirit design. Xiaoyan and Zhu Yi followed closely behind and entered together. The three of them moved forward. The place they were in was like the invisible passage they had entered the netherworld sea previously. Outside, there were thousands of netherworld sea disasters surging continuously, passing through the barrier of the passage and attacking Lin Feng and the rest after being weakened by the invisible passage. These disasters were much weaker than the storms directly in the netherworld sea. It was much worse than the environment of the netherworld sea within a world of the netherworld sea. However, Lin Feng and the rest could handle it, and Zhu Yi did not even need to summon the Permitha bridge. As Lin Feng walked, he asked, Does activating the power of the netherworld sea burden Taoist, Yuming? Xiaoyan and Zhu Yi looked at each other and nodded together. Although that Taoist, Yuming tried to hide it, but from the details, he is indeed unable to fight for long. I'm afraid that not only does it burden him, but it is also a very heavy burden. He might even hurt himself before hurting the enemy, which is a huge problem in the future. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the ferocious scene of the netherworld sea outside. This is to be expected. Only by completely controlling the netherworld sea can we avoid the backlash of the power of the netherworld sea. The three of them flew and shuttled back and forth. After a long time, they finally reached the end of the invisible passage. It looked like a straight passage, but in fact, it was unknown how many layers of space were folded. At the end of the passageway was another dark sea realm that looked like a giant bubble. Lin Feng pointed with his finger, and a purple formation similar to the one at the entrance appeared. The center of the formation flashed with red light, and a gap was broken open. Lin Feng, Xiaoyan, and Zhu Yi passed through this gap and entered this world within a world. After entering, the three of them immediately scanned the surroundings with their divine senses, constantly expanding into the distance. After a moment, Lin Feng and his disciple both shook their heads slightly. Yu Ming Taoist is not here, and neither is the king of the underworld. This is not the dark sea realm that the king of the underworld's bloodline occupies. Lin Feng was not disappointed. This was to be expected. What attracted his attention was that this was not a completely primitive world within a world. Someone had once lived here, but from a very long time ago. Taishu Temple did not open a dark sea realm within a dark sea realm, and the bloodline of the ancient emperor was the same. Besides a completely unknown person, there is only one other possibility. Lin Feng turned to look at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan and Zhu Yi said in unison, Wen Qiang. Lin Feng nodded slightly. That's right. The guidance regarding the interior of the Dark Sea came from your understanding of the Dark Sea. According to Ding of Shenzhou's reaction, although Xiaoyan was most likely not a blood descendant or reincarnation of Wen Qiang, there should be some connection. Xiaoyan took a deep breath and looked into the distance. Disciple can feel that there seems to be traces of human activity there. As the three of them moved forward, Lin Feng paid attention to his surroundings. This spatial world is different from the world within a world before. It feels like this place is more stable and more primitive. It's like this is the first world within a world within the Dark Sea. The other worlds within worlds seem to have been separated from this place, different from the world within a world that Yuming Daoist had occupied. This spatial world was actually completely isolated from the attacks of the Dark Sea calamities. But the people who live here have very limited areas of activity. Most of the areas in this world have never been set foot before. It's like they are only moving in a certain area, unable to leave. As he thought, in Lin Feng's field of vision, he saw a huge lake appear in the distance. It was like a small inland sea. But what was striking was that the lake was completely red, and the surface of the lake flashed with a dazzling red light. By the lakeside stood a simple-looking little building. When Lin Feng and his disciples' divine sense had swept past, they had already discovered this little building. They also knew that the building was currently empty. There was no one living in the building, and there was no one in the huge red lake either. But this area was the only place in this entire world within a world where life had once been active. After observing the lake for a while, Lin Feng spread out his sleeves. Yang Qing and Li Yuanfang landed on the ground. Tang Jun, Zhou Yunsong, Yang Tai, and the others also appeared. The experience of entering the Dark Sea isn't common. This is a rare training experience for you all. Make good use of it. Lin Feng said silently. Yang Qing, Li Yuanfang, and the others all bowed in agreement. Xiaoyan stared at the red lake, slightly lost in thought. Zhu Yi looked at him. Eldest senior brother, I feel that place is very attractive to me. Xiaoyan's voice was a little low. Slowly, he shook his head and retracted his gaze. He turned to look at the little building. Let's take a look at this place first. Finally, we'll go and check the lake. Zhu Yi nodded and went forward to push open the door. Then he looked at Lin Feng. Master, Lin Feng took the lead and entered. Xiaoyan, Zhu Yi, Yang Qing, Li Yuanfang, and the others followed behind him. The furnishings in the building were simple and elegant. Although there was no one, there was not a speck of dust. It looked very tidy. But Lin Feng, Xiaoyan, and Zhu Yi all knew that this wasn't because people often planned to stay here. On the contrary, no one had lived here for tens of thousands of years. The reason why it was tidy was because this place was originally formed by someone's transcendence energy projection. It was not a real building. After such a long time, this little building is still maintained. It doesn't look like it's going to collapse. The magical power of the person who built this building is really amazing. The group of junior disciples gasped slightly. Zhu Yi also nodded slowly. If Wen Qiang is still alive, it's not a big deal. But he most likely died in the Middle Era. It's really rare for this little building to remain from the Middle Era until now without any traces of the passage of time. Lin Feng looked around in the building. With a light tap of his finger, a purple cloud spread in the air and disappeared in a flash. But in the little building, which was originally only occupied by the people of Xianmen, Tianzong, light and shadow suddenly flashed, reflecting some scenes. While looking at these light and shadow images, Lin Feng asked, Xiaoyan, I heard from Xiao Yi that Taoist Yu Ming and Shintazhe are related to your father's death. Is Shintazhe lying or is it true? Although Shintazhe's words were reasonable and there were no problems with the time and motive, words were ultimately not proof. Xiaoyan's voice was slightly low. Master, it's true, Zhu Yi said at the side. After the two of us fought with Taoist Yu Ming and escaped, I intercepted his remaining transcendence energy aura. Using eldest senior brother's blood essence as a guide, I used the nature returning art to deduce it. I'm at least 90% sure that although it was done by a clone, Taoist Yuming was the murderer who killed eldest senior brother's father. After hearing that, Lin Feng nodded. If that's the case, it's not a loss. Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi looked at Lin Feng thoughtfully. Master, you mean, Lin Feng said indifferently. This time, the two of you have most likely been used by Shintze. However, if we can find out the truth about Xiao Yan's father's death, it's not a wasted trip. Moreover, winning first doesn't count as winning. The one who laughs last is the best. In the Netherworld Sea, in the end, all the results will depend on the Netherworld Sea world. When Lin Feng and the others stepped into Wenqiang's former residence, in another Netherworld Sea realm, it was shrouded in black smoke. In the center of the black smoke, there was another palace in the style of the king of the underworld. However, in this palace, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. It was gloomy, and there was a lot of anxiety and unease amidst the solemnity. This was another Netherworld Sea realm that Taoist Yuming had painstakingly managed. After fighting with Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi, Taoist Yuming had retreated to this place with the remaining people under his command. Taoist Yuming entered a quiet room in the depths of the palace to seclude himself. Outside the quiet room, there were two somewhat dilapidated stone statues. Shintze, this idiot who has been blinded by women, thinking of the other two of their kind that had been destroyed by Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi, even they felt sad for their own kind. They were extremely resentful. It doesn't matter if he isn't Xiao Yan's match, but he actually lured the enemy into the Netherworld Sea and implicated Master. He deserves to die 1,000 times. I've long said that his bad habit will spoil things. Master took pity on him and tolerated him. Finally, he has caused a great disaster today. As the two stone statues were conversing, suddenly a voice sounded silently. Do the two of you mean that Master has done wrong? It's not good to talk about Master behind his back, right? A youth in black with a calm expression appeared outside the quiet room. It was Shintze. The two stone statues were slightly stunned. One of them snorted. You still have the face to say that. Even if you can defeat Xiao Yan, so what? The master of the Taoist sect is in the ancient immortals world and can rush over at any time. The second disciple, Zhu Yi, even has a creation treasure with him. There are also people from the Taishu Temple in the ancient immortals world. How stupid do you have to be to send yourself to them like this? Shintze nodded his head in agreement. Zhe deeply feels the same way about the two of you. The two stone statues faintly felt that something was wrong, but before they could react, Shintze stretched out both of his hands. As black light flashed, his hands were like blades, and they had already pierced into the bodies of the two stone statues. The strength of these two stone statues was actually very strong. However, they were already heavily injured in the battle with Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi. The injuries of the right stone statue were even more severe, and it was directly shattered by Shintze's attack. The left stone statue stared blankly at Shintze's left hand that had pierced into its body. It wanted to retaliate and struggle, but it already had no strength left. It couldn't even say a single word. Its mouth was wide open, and it stared at Shintze. The corner of Shintze's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a calm smile. He retracted the right hand that had shattered the other stone statue and lightly raised his index finger to cover his mouth. He faced the stone statue on the left and leisurely made a silent gesture. Chapter 10:91. After shattering the last stone statue, Shintze dispersed the black light on his hands. After tidying up his clothes, he opened the door to the quiet room and walked in. As soon as the door to the quiet room opened, Taoist Yuming immediately sensed it. Seeing Shintze enter, not only did he not feel at ease, but his heart was also in his throat. Under normal circumstances, anyone who wanted to enter the quiet room would have to go through the guardian stone statue at the door. The only exception was Taoist Yuming's master, the king of the underworld. However, Shintozhe was in the same situation now, which naturally alerted Taoist Yuming. Moreover, there was something wrong with the relaxed expression on Shintozhe's face. Previously, because he had lured Xiao Yan over, Taoist Yuming had given Shintozhe quite a bit of suffering. At that time, Shintozhe was also in fear and trepidation, filled with fear and regret, and also filled with resentment and jealousy towards Xiao Yan. But now, it was as if none of those negative emotions had ever appeared on Shintozhe. Taoist Yuming looked at his proudest disciple, and Shintozhe was also looking at him. As soon as he entered the quiet room, Shintozhe immediately put his palms together and formed a seal. As black light surged, the entire quiet room was sealed off. This was to ensure that the communication between this place and the outside world was completely cut off. Taoist Yuming looked at all of this coldly. When you went to provoke Xiao Yan and the rest, was it intentional? Shintozhe smiled. If it was only Xiao Yan, Master, you most likely wouldn't have used the power of the Netherworld Sea. If the Master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders had come in personally, Master, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to escape. Only by working together with Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi, who has a creation treasure, would you be able to use the power of the Netherworld Sea and not be caught by them. Frankly speaking, it's quite difficult to achieve such an effect. Actually, I wasn't confident. I could only say that I was trying. Fortunately, the result was perfect. Taoist Yuming looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. Good, very good. Little junior brother betrayed his majesty, and now my disciple has also betrayed me. Shintozhe said calmly, "Why does Master look so surprised? Back then, you raised me and the others like you were raising a poisonous insect. I also stepped on other senior and junior brothers to get to where I am today. Now that I want to take a step forward, but I don't have any senior and junior brothers by my side. Can I look for you?" Taoist Yuming stared at him. "Do you think you're very smart? You've ruined my and His Majesty's plans, and you've let a wolf into the house. It's very likely that Xianmen Tianzong, Taishu Temple, and the descendants of the ancient thieves will eventually take advantage of it. You're just acting smart." Shintozhe smiled and shook his head. "Master, you must be joking. The more capable you are, the more you will have to think of the corresponding method. Although it is still risky now, at least there is hope of success. For example, the current result is quite good. If we continue to wait until the war between the two realms breaks out, until the conflict between Xianmen Tianzong and Taishu Temple finally breaks out, it would be good. But if that happens, you and His Majesty would be prepared, and I would actually have even less of a chance." Shintozhe smiled. "I've been learning from you for so long, and I'm confident that I can surpass you in other aspects. Even if I can't do it now, there will be a day when I succeed. Only in terms of endurance, I really don't have the confidence to surpass you and His Majesty. The two of you have really reached the peak of endurance. His Majesty is now in seclusion to recover his cultivation, and this is my only chance. When His Majesty comes out, I really suspect that in the end, I will be the one who will be tortured to death by Master and His Majesty." Taoist Yuming said lightly, "It's been hard on you. For so many years, you've been pretending to be impatient, violent, and indulging in love and lust." Shintozhe shook his head. "The boundless world's history is actually less than 20 years. It's not a long time. I've been learning from you for thousands of years." Hearing this, Taoist Yuming snorted. If it was only the infatuation he showed toward Xiao Zhen in these 10 years, how could he not notice such an abnormality? In the past, Shun Tuze had a time when he was infatuated with a certain girl. Normally, he was violent and cruel. Although he lost his impatience, he still displayed sufficient standards and abilities. He could be said to be the disciple that Taoist Yuming was most proud of. Only when he encountered a few love tribulations did he lose his standards in front of that girl. In the long years, this kind of thing had happened intermittently many times. Because of this problem, Taoist Yuming had punished Shun Tuze many times. In recent years, although the problem still existed, Shun Tuze seemed to have gradually matured a lot. This time, when Lin Feng went to the ancient longevity world to propose marriage on behalf of Xiaoyan, Shun Tuze had been very honest in the beginning and maintained restraint. Lin Feng and Taishu Temple had been in the ancient longevity world for a long time, but he had snuck out at the last moment and provoked Xiaoyan to come back. Now, Taoist Yuming naturally knew that everything was a disguise. Master, you didn't specially correct this problem of mine, did you? As long as it doesn't affect the matters between you and His Majesty, you are actually very happy that I have this weakness. Shun Tuze said with a smile. Only people with weaknesses can be easily controlled, used, restricted, and even killed. And as a leader, no matter how strong the subordinates are, as long as they have a relatively crucial weakness, they can be easily controlled. Only such subordinates can be reassured when using them. Shun Tuze said calmly, the same principle applies to enemies. Just like that Xiaoyan, because of his father's death, and because of my anger at my intention to touch the person he loves, he chased me all the way to the Netherworld Sea to cause trouble for Master. Acting on his emotions, this is his weakness. This person is indeed a genius in terms of cultivation. This disciple has cultivated bitterly for thousands of years, but I am still unable to defeat him. But so what? If I act according to his weakness, he is only a knife in my hand. He will obediently come and greet Master on my behalf and help me achieve great things. Frankly speaking, this disciple doesn't quite understand why a person doesn't want to correct such a major weakness. However, this disciple likes this kind of opponent. The more people like this, the better. Just like that Xiaoyan, if he continues to be like this, it won't be difficult for this disciple to kill him. Taoist Yuming looked at him and said slowly, now, I can be sure that for these thousands of years, you have indeed been disguising yourself as the kind of person that you despise the most. Shun Tuze smiled slightly. Master, you are too serious. After today, after obtaining the power that Master has in control of the Netherworld Sea, that Xiaoyan will no longer be my opponent in terms of fighting techniques. He looked at Taoist Yuming leisurely. Master, you have never been a person of many words. This disciple knows that you are happy to listen to my nonsense because you want to buy yourself more time so that you can kill me and turn the tables. Actually, this disciple is also not someone who likes to talk too much. The reason why I am chatting with you here is because this disciple also needs some time to complete the final arrangements. Taoist Yuming's pupils suddenly contracted. Shun Tuze smiled. After all, although this disciple's first goal is to send you on your way, on top of that, your control over the Netherworld Sea is this disciple's second goal. If I want to have the best of both worlds, I will need to spend more time and effort. Now, the time has come. As Shun Tuze spoke, he formed a seal with both his hands and brought them together in front of his chest. In the quiet room that was surrounded by black light, hundreds of black chains suddenly extended out and wrapped around Taoist Yuming's body. Taoist Yuming let out a muffled groan. Black light also surged on his body, but the black chains that Shun Tuze had activated suddenly emitted a red light. The black and red intertwined chains forcefully broke through Taoist Yuming's protective black light and wrapped around his body. Shun Tuze said slowly, this disciple has already dealt with this quiet room of yours and has been waiting for this day. Normally, it would not be able to hide from your eyes, but in a situation where you are suffering from the backlash of the netherworld sea and can't even take care of yourself, you might not have noticed it. Taoist Yu Ming was expressionless. You still have a lot to learn. Light and shadow flickered in his eyes, and the calamity of the netherworld sea appeared again. The chains that were binding his body started to tremble continuously and looked like they were about to break. Taoist Yu Ming was already suffering from the backlash of the netherworld sea. Activating it again caused his injuries to worsen. Even if he could escape, he would probably lose his life later on. However, he naturally had to give it his all. Shen Tuze shook his head. Master, it's useless. For so many years, other than cultivating to increase my strength, I have only done two things. The first is to disguise myself, and the second is to observe. Although I am your disciple, I understand you more than you understand me. He changed his seal again, then pointed at Taoist Yu Ming in the air. Your reaction was all within my expectations. When you activated the netherworld sea again, the backlash you suffered was even more severe, and your injuries were even more severe. This was actually more beneficial to me. A broken stone appeared in Shen Tuze's hands, and it flickered with a ferocious red light. It was actually a broken stone similar to the heavenly disaster remnant stone that was kept in the ancient immortal world. Seeing this heavenly disaster remnant stone, Taoist Yu Ming's expression finally changed slightly. You actually obtained a heavenly disaster remnant stone and hid it. Shen Tuze smiled slightly. Otherwise, how would I dare to come and greet you, Master? As he pointed his finger, the red light on the heavenly disaster remnant stone turned into a black light and pierced towards Taoist Yu Ming's forehead. Taoist Yu Ming wanted to struggle and dodge, but he was bound by the chains. He could only watch as the black light pierced into his forehead. In the next moment, the image of the calamity of the netherworld sea in Taoist Yu Ming's eyes instantly disappeared, and the chains that bound his body became tighter and tighter, penetrating deep into his primordial spirit. Shen Tuze nodded. It's all thanks to you activating the netherworld sea again, which made your body even weaker. In this way, I was able to obtain the best outcome that I had expected, which was to send you on your way and obtain the power to control the netherworld sea. I could also refine you into my clone. Although the last part would take a lot of time, the gains far outweigh the returns. Hearing this, even Taoist Yu Ming felt restless and furious. However, the more restless he was, the faster the chains on his body corroded him. This was Shen Tuze's original intention. Taoist Yu Ming hissed, His Majesty won't forgive a brat who only cares about the benefits in front of him. Without His Majesty and me blocking in front of you, do you think you can escape from the pursuit of Xianmen Tianzong and Taishu Temple? You're digging your own grave. Shen Tuze shook his head. In order to buy time for preparations, I've already said enough nonsense. Could it be that Master thinks that I like to see you at the end of your rope, or that I want to show off the superiority of a victor in front of you, or that I want to torture you to repay you for teaching me back then when I was on the brink of death and had nightmares every night? Shen Tuze let out a soft laugh and walked forward. He placed his palm on the head of Taoist Yu Ming, who could not move at all. Taoist Yu Ming immediately felt his vision darken, and the last thing he heard was, I won't do that. A long night is fraught with trouble. Who knows if you have a trump card that even I don't know about? Therefore, I only hope that I can send you on your way safely. That's enough. Then, Master, have a safe journey. Chapter 1092. In a dark space somewhere, a pale-skinned, lean old man came to a valley. Before he could speak, a voice came from the valley. Disobedient official. This old man was the king of the underworld's right-hand man, disobedient official King Sikong Yu. He replied, Your Majesty, that is me. Slowly, Sikong Yu said, "Our connection with Lord Underworld was suddenly cut off. Not only him, but the two Nethersea realms that he controlled also lost contact. I contacted Lord Underworld's disciple, Gongzi Zhe, but there was no result. After a moment of silence in the valley, the voice sounded again. I already know about the matter. You can go down first and be on guard. If the Netherworld is exposed, it is very likely that the Void Temple and the Celestial Sect of Wonders will find clues and find us." Sikong replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then he bowed and left the valley. There was a small lake in the valley. Silently sat a young man by the lake. He was handsome and looked to be about 10 years old, but his eyes were calm and distant. This young man was naturally the reborn king of the underworld. He looked at the lake in front of him and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he opened his palm, and a gray stream of light appeared in his palm. These gray streams of light floated in midair and manifested themselves. They condensed into half-black, half-white life and death underworld Tao fruits. The king of the underworld looked at the Tao fruits in front of him, and his eyes finally fell on 3 of them. Unlike the other Tao fruits, there were vague figures flashing in these 3 Tao fruits. The king of the underworld pointed with his finger, and the other Tao fruits turned into gray streams of light and dissipated, leaving only these 3 Tao fruits. Looking at these 3 life and death underworld Tao fruits, the king of the underworld's expression was calm. He picked one out and separated it from the other 2. Then he put the 3 life and death underworld Tao fruits away and closed his eyes again. Silently, he meditated in the dark sea realm that Lin Feng and the others were in, Xianmen Tianzong, and the others were standing in a small building by the side of the giant red lake, looking at the lights that appeared before them. The first person to appear in front of everyone was a tall young man. His hair was disheveled and messy, and he wore a brown linen robe that looked a little shabby. However, his unkempt appearance could not conceal his domineering, heroic, and high-spirited aura. Even if it was just a projection of light, one could still see the elegant demeanor of a real person. Apart from Lin Feng, Xiao Yan, and Zhu Yi, the other people also felt a great sense of pressure when facing this figure of light projected by the remnant mana aura. The linen-robed young man in front of them was the leader of the 4 ancient heroes of the Taishu Temple, Wen Qiyang, who shouldered the divine lands and guarded Tianhuang all by himself. Since ancient times, it was publicly acknowledged that after the Taishu Taoist, this person was the #1 expert in the history of the Taishu Temple. In fact, after the Taishu Taoist had been seriously injured in his battle with Juehuang Xuanshang, Wen Qiyang had been the #1 expert in the Taishu Temple at that time. And after the Taishu Taoist had gone to the Dead Sea, Wen Qiyang guarded the divine land. After many years of cultivation, his strength had grown further, and he had already surpassed the time when he had fought to a draw with Juehuang Xuanshang. It was said that before the battle with Jihuang Xinyuan, Wen Qiyang was not necessarily inferior to his master, the Taishu Taoist, when he was at his peak. However, after the Taishu Taoist had gone to the Dead Sea, although there was no further news of him, it was still not confirmed that he was dead. It was also unknown whether the Taishu Taoist had made any further progress in the Dead Sea. In addition, he was after all the master of Wen Qiyang. So everyone, including Wen Qiyang himself, had always tacitly agreed that the Taishu Taoist was still the #1 expert in the history of the Taishu Temple and even the entire divine land. And in the long years when the Taishu Taoist and Juehuang Xuanshang had gone to the Dead Sea, and the Haoqian mirror had been extremely weak, it was Wen Qiyang who had deterred the demons of Infinite Wasteland domain. He was also one of the few people in the history of the Tianyuan world who could single-handedly suppress the Saint Emperor of the Demon Clan. after the two reigns of the Astro Sovereign and Xia Huang, although Wen Qiang had not become the human sovereign, he had always been recognized as the #1 expert of the human clan at that time. He had personally killed countless great demons. However, there was little news about such a peerless hero. Most of them were just legends about the battles with the demon clan, and few people knew about the other things about his life. Lin Feng nodded slightly. It really is him. But at this moment, the Wen Qiang that appeared in the light and shadow seemed a bit lonely. He looked slightly dazed, and his eyes were also looking at the small building where he was. Seeing this, Lin Feng thought for a while and flicked his fingers to shoot out a few more streams of Dharma power. At the same time, he made a spell with both hands and said in a low voice, "Guide." The scene in front of them changed again. Wherever the light and shadow of Wen Qiang reached, there were figures flickering, and an even more blurred picture appeared. Xiao Yan and the others knew that this was the light and shadow image that Wen Qiang had manifested with his own Dharma power. At this moment, it was restored for the second time by Lin Feng. Because it was an image that manifested from Wen Qiang's memory, it did not really happen in the small building. In addition, it had been a long time. Therefore, although Lin Feng had restored it with his Dharma power, the light and shadow fragments were still blurred and intermittent. But it could already be seen that in the second restored image, there were mainly two people, a man and a woman. The man was Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang, who had always been bold and brave, had a different appearance in this image. His expression was gentle, which was rare, and his eyes were filled with love as he looked at the woman beside him. The woman's appearance was elegant and refined, and her temperament was noble. Like the clouds in the sky, it was unforgettable. But what was more eye-catching was that her abdomen was bulging. She was clearly pregnant. Sitting on the soft chair, she gently stroked her abdomen with a sweet expression. Her face was filled with the radiance of motherhood, and from time to time, her gaze met with Wen Qiang's, which was also filled with love. Wen Qiang held her hand and said softly, "Yin, I'm going." The woman's eyes were instantly filled with worry. According to the news from Infinite Wasteland, the extreme spirit of Divine Abyss is probably not weaker than Juehuang Xianshang in the past. Your sex Haotian mirror has not been restored. It will be very dangerous for you to go. When Qiang patted her hand and said slowly, "It is precisely because of this that I have to participate in this battle." He smiled faintly. "Moreover, we will only know the result after the battle." When Qiang paused for a moment, then looked at the woman in front of him, and said softly, "I have no fear in my heart. My only concern is you and my child. If I do not return from this battle, I will not be able to see my child being born and growing up. This will be my greatest regret. But coming back to see you will also be the greatest wish in my heart, and it will give me endless power." He said with a smile, "Stay here. This foreign dimension is very well hidden. Xia Fangyu will not be able to find this place." The woman frowned slightly. "If I was not pregnant, I would not be afraid of Xia Fangyu. He wanted to kill me to avenge his son, but my younger sister also died in his hands. I promised you that no matter what, I will let go of the past. But if he comes looking for trouble, I do not care, but I am afraid of hurting my child." Wen Qiang said, "In the whole world, only the Haotian mirror can find this place, but I believe that if anything happens to me, junior brother Yin will still remain silent for the sake of our past relationship. After all, other than Xia Han wanting to sully you and your sister and being killed by you, you have not taken any other lives. Although junior brother Yen and I have different opinions on some issues, we have been fellow disciples for tens of thousands of years. From the first day he entered the sect, It was me who took the place of master to pass on the arts, helping him build a solid foundation, and watching him grow from a child to an adult. After a moment of silence, the woman called Yun still smiled. That's right, you do not have to worry about us. Just do what you want. I believe that you will return here safely, just like during the war between the two realms. I will wait for you here. When Qiyang smiled slightly, kissing her forehead lightly. Then, he turned and left the little building. The scene of the second restoration ended here, before everyone's eyes. Only when Qiyang was left alone again, standing in the little building with a face full of loneliness, Lin Feng and the others now understood that this building was not the other one. The little building that everyone was currently in was constructed by Wen Qiyang using his own transcendence energy, recreating the residence that he had stayed in with his beloved wife in the past. Only, here, his wife was not there, nor was there the child that he was about to give birth to. There was only him alone. In a situation where he was alone, this legendary, unyielding, and valiant, peerless expert revealed his weak side. However, a heartless person might not necessarily be a true hero. Lin Feng and the others would not underestimate him because of this. A hint of worry vaguely appeared in Wen Qiang's eyes. I fell into the Netherworld Sea with serious injuries. Although I narrowly escaped death by chance, I was also trapped in the Netherworld Sea and could not escape. Now that so many years have passed, I wonder if Yun, and the others are still well? He looked around the little building and sighed. After today, I will completely enter the center of the Netherworld Sea. I will not be able to return from here. The loneliness and worry only lasted for a moment. Soon, Wen Qiang's body revealed a high spirit again. This time, if I succeed, I will have a chance to return to the boundless universe. At that time, I will be able to reunite with Yun, and the others. The light and shadow completely stopped here. When Qiang's figure gradually turned into thousands of light spots and dispersed in the little building, it turned out that this figure was only a projection of his transcendence energy. Lin Feng and the others were silent. After a long time, Yang Qing said with a slightly dry voice, "Xia Fangyu should be Xia Huang's real name? Xia Han seems to be the name of Xia Huang's only son." Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and Li Yuanfang nodded silently. Li Yuanfang said in a deep voice, "I have never heard of Wen Qiang having a wife and children. Where could they be now?" Zhu Yi shook his head. "It is still too early to discuss. We know too little information. But Wen Qiang's wife is a little strange." He looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded slowly. "I also felt it, but I did not see it in person. It was the light and shadow left by the power of perception. Moreover, it was the second time it appeared, so I am a little uncertain." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said lightly, "Your feeling is not wrong. Wen Qiang's wife is a demon." Chapter 1093. Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi both looked at Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng had confirmed their conjecture, they were still surprised. Yang Qing, Li Yuanfang, and the others did not need to be mentioned. Li Yuanfang, who had always been calm and composed, also had a surprised expression on his face. Lin Feng said calmly, "Even though I am not 100% sure, if I am not wrong, Wen Qiang's wife is indeed a demon. It is just that she is not a demon that we normally see. She is very special. She looks like a cloud that is rich in spiritual energy and life. After an unknown amount of time, she actually developed spiritual intelligence and became a demon. You can say that she is a demon, but you can also say that she is a spirit monster. As for the specific situation, because I have not seen it with my own eyes, I cannot make a judgment." Lin Feng looked around the small building. I have heard Sangtian Dao Jian and Xiantian Ying mention that in ancient times there was a cloud demon that suddenly appeared. It was shocking and mysterious. Zhu Yi pondered and said, "Cloud demon? She does not have any evil aura. Instead, she is as indifferent and elegant as the drifting clouds in the sky." Li Yuanfang's disciple, Tan Yunqing, suddenly said in a low voice, "Could it be a honey trap by the demon?" After all, before Ji Huang Xinyuan rose to power, the Haoqian mirror in Taishu Temple had not been restored. When Qiyang was the strongest enemy of the demon. No, if it must be counted, it would be better to say that it is a honey trap by the human race. Yang Qing said lightly, "Even though we do not know when Qiyang and the cloud demon will be married, it clearly did not affect Qiyang's participation in the war between the two realms more than once. Normally, he does not show mercy when dealing with the demon. On the contrary, the cloud demon is almost secluded and rarely appears." Lin Feng led everyone out of the small building and came to the side of the giant red lake. He flicked his finger, and a purple cloud fell into the giant lake. Immediately, the giant lake reflected many scenes. The disciples of the younger generation let out low cries of surprise. In the depths of the lake, a young man in hemp robes was sitting cross-legged. His body was wrapped in red chains, binding him tightly in the lake. It was Qiyang's figure. After taking a closer look, Tang Jun and the others realized that it was also the light and shadow that had been restored under the condition that the magical power and aura had been retained. Lin Feng looked at the silhouette and nodded slightly. During the battle with Ji Huang Xinyuan, when Qiyang was severely injured and on the verge of death, he accidentally fell into the Netherworld Sea. By chance, he entered this lake and managed to survive. However, he was also sucked in by the Netherworld Sea and couldn't escape. After a long time, his injuries gradually recovered. However, his entire person was also half assimilated by the Netherworld Sea in the process of recuperation. In a sense, he became a part of the Netherworld Sea. Lin Feng looked at this world within the Netherworld Sea in front of him. It is very possible that this place wasn't originally a lake. However, in the process of Qiyang being here, this place also gradually changed. It turned into a lake and then gave birth to a world within a world. It continued to develop and gave birth to other worlds within a world. For example, the domain space that was occupied by Taoist Yu Ming. Xiao Yan turned his head to look at the small building by the lake. That small building and the light and shadow inside were all formed by Qiyang's yearning for his family. According to his own memories, he used his magical power to project them. As for himself, he had always been trapped in this lake. Zhu Yi lowered his head to look at the flickering red lake water. After that, as his injuries recovered, although he was half assimilated by the Netherworld Sea, he also gained an extremely deep understanding of the Netherworld Sea. Therefore, he gradually found a way to escape from the Netherworld Sea and return to the vast thousand domains. In this process, he gradually gained control of the Netherworld Sea's power. Before this, he had always been trapped in this lake, unable to escape. Therefore, the path of Qiyang's exploration should still be within this lake. Lin Feng smiled slightly. That's right. That should be the case. After saying this, he lightly tapped his right index finger on his forehead. The Two Realms Void technique was activated. The war god clone suddenly disappeared, and the person who appeared in front of Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others turned into his original body. Lin Feng, whose hair was let loose, wore a purple robe. With a faint smile, he directly used his arcane energy to wrap the group of disciples and plunge them into the lake that was flickering with red light. It's not water, but an extremely profound and dense spiritual qi. It comes from the same source as the Netherworld Sea, but it's a lot calmer and less ferocious. Lin Feng stood in the lake and looked at the flickering images in front of him. In the images, the red chains on Wen Qiang's body gradually merged with his body, no longer binding him. However, Wen Qiang was also unable to break free. It was as if the two had merged into one. When the chains completely merged with his body, Wen Qiang, who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and began to sink toward the bottom of the lake. Lin Feng followed the images all the way down and saw a dazzling crimson that at the deepest part of the lake, it was darker and darker than the other parts of the lake. When Qiang's figure slowly sank into the crimson and finally disappeared, it was like a door. Master, my evil radiance overlord sword and the heavenly calamity stone fragment from the ancient immortal world are both trembling. It's as if that place is attracting them. Xiao Yan's voice sounded in Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng nodded and directly landed on the crimson dot. In an instant, Lin Feng felt an enormous twisting force. Even though his original body was inside, he felt waves of discomfort, as if his Yuan spirit was about to be torn apart. However, it only lasted for an instant before it calmed down. The scene in front of Lin Feng also changed. It was a scene of magma in the Earth's core. Under his feet was a cliff, and below him was the boundless netherworld sea disaster that constantly surged up and down. The nether evil flame, the mysterious heavenly tribulation flame, the blood river true water, the 9 nether chilly wind. Countless catastrophes fused together and collided with each other, giving rise to a catastrophic scene. The space was constantly annihilated. In front of him was a long road paved with crimson light. It was like a metal chain bridge that extended into the distance. At the end of the bridge, there was also a patch of red light, making it hard to see clearly under the effect of Lin Feng's Fa Li. The image that had been restored by the remnant Fa Li aura of the past was also constantly fluctuating. The space before him was much more unstable than the netherworld sea realm. When Qiang's image slowly moved forward on the bridge. When Lin Feng stepped onto the bridge, he felt scenes appear before his eyes. Looking closely, he saw that they were all memories of Wen Qiang from the past. This was not left behind by Wen Qiang of his own accord. In the process of moving forward on the bridge, he was also refining the power of the Netherworld Sea in an attempt to gain control of the Netherworld Sea. In this process, he, who was already half-merged with the Netherworld Sea, naturally left his own memories in the Netherworld Sea realm. Walking along this path, Lin Feng seemed to have walked through Wen Qiang's legendary life. When he was young, he became a disciple of the Taishu Taoist and learned Tao from the Taishu Taoist. When his cultivation was still shallow, he showed amazing talent and strength. Later, he gradually grew and became the new mainstay of the Divine Land. Finally, in the shocking battle with Ji Huang Xinyuan, he narrowly escaped death and fell into the Netherworld Sea. Lin Feng also passed this information to Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others. After reading it, everyone was silent. After a long while, Yang Qing sighed softly. His wife is indeed a demon. However, it is just as you said, Master. In Wen Qiang's memory, the path that he and the cloud demon walked together occupied a lot of space. In the past, there were 2 white clouds that were nourished by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Beyond everyone's expectations, they developed spiritual intelligence. When Wen Qiang was young, he met one of them by chance. At that time, the white clouds did not understand language. They only communicated with each other through divine sense, but they knew each other. After a long time, the white cloud turned into a demon and tried to find its old friend. Finally, it reunited with Wen Qiang again. Finally, after a long time, The two of them got married. Although few people knew about their marriage, it caused a huge uproar in the upper echelons of the human cultivation world in the Divine Land. Previously, Xia Huang's son, Xia Han, had tried to lay his hands on the Cloud Demon sisters and was killed by the Cloud Demon. After Xia Huang learned of the news, he attacked the Cloud Demon sisters. In the end, the younger sister of the Cloud Demon was killed by Xia Huang. Later, with Wen Qiang's interference, the two sides reluctantly stopped fighting. However, the hatred still existed. Previously, because of other matters, in the Taishu Temple, Wen Qiang and Yan Xinghe had already disagreed, and the marriage between Wen Qiang and the Cloud Demon had completely intensified the conflict between the two sides. Senior apprentice brother, why did it have to be like this? The person who spoke was a man dressed in ancient clothes. He had a calm and indifferent expression. He looked 40% to 50% similar to the current abbot of the Taishu Temple, Yan Nanlai. He was Yan Xinghe, one of the 4 ancient heroes of the Taishu Temple, along with Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang looked at him and said calmly, "Xinghe, you are also a person with a family. You should understand." Silently, Yan Xinghe said, "But my wife is not of the demon race." Wen Qiang shook his head. Yun is different from the other demons. Other than Xia Han, the sisters have not harmed a single blade of grass or tree in the Divine Land. And what happened back then was the fault of Xia Fangyu and his son. Xia Fangyu wanted to take revenge for his son. That is human nature. But what was he doing? If he had not doted on them, how could Xia Han be so arrogant and lawless? Yan Xinghe and Wen Qiang looked at each other. Even so, he is a human like us. He is the most suitable human emperor for the Divine Land. Wen Qiang had a complicated look in his eyes. Slowly, he said, "Xinghe, choosing the emperor is not something we should be doing." In the end, Wen Qiang left the White Cloud Mountain and went far away. Although he often missed his sect, Wen Qiang was satisfied with the loving life he had with his wife. And what made him even happier was that the fruit of his love with Yunyao was about to be born. After knowing that Yunyao was pregnant, the short period of time was the happiest time of Wen Qiang's life. In his memories, he was no longer an expert who could sweep through the world. He was no longer the leader of the 4 ancient heroes of the Divine Land. He was like every father who was about to become a father, an ordinary yet anxious man. He liked to let his imagination run wild, while he was filled with joy and anticipation. He was also slightly fearful and uneasy. At the end of the bridge, Wen Qiang stopped and looked at the dazzling red light in front of him. His expression was slightly dazed, but he quickly regained his composure. His gaze was distant, as though he was looking at his wife and child through the barriers of time and space. "My child, although I haven't even seen you with my own eyes, I love you. I hope that you can grow up in a peaceful, happy, and carefree environment." Chapter 1094. In the image presented by the light, Wen Qiang stepped forward and walked into the red light. Lin Feng stood outside the red light. After sensing it carefully for a moment, he also continued forward and walked into the red light. After entering the red light, a strange feeling surrounded Lin Feng. It was as if he was once again in the midst of the calamity of the Netherworld Sea. Moreover, he was completely unable to use his dermic powers to resist it. He could only face the impact of the power of the Netherworld Sea, and it was extremely painful. But on the other hand, it was as if he had become one with the Netherworld Sea. The world of the Netherworld Sea had become a part of his body, and he could control it with ease. This feeling passed in a flash and quickly disappeared. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and saw that he seemed to be in another space. And in this space, the huge red pillar of light that he had seen in the netherworld sea that seemed to support the heavens appeared again, standing tall between the sky and the earth. Although there were still layers of the power of the boundaries and the power of the netherworld sea blocking him, Lin Feng could clearly feel that he was much closer to the red pillar of light. It seemed far away, but it also seemed to be right in front of him. In this space, Lin Feng carefully observed the pillar of light. He could vaguely see that under the red light there was actually a huge stone pillar. Although it was a stone pillar, it did not give off a mellow and heavy feeling. Instead, it exuded an extremely sharp aura. It was like a peerless divine weapon standing there silently. Two profound and ancient characters were faintly discernible on this stone pillar that emitted red light. He could vaguely make out the two words, heavenly calamity. Lin Feng spread his sleeves, and Xiaoyan, Zhu Yi, and the others also landed in the space. Xiaoyan stared blankly at the stone pillar, and a similar red light flashed in his eyes. He opened his palm, and a broken stone appeared in his palm. Silently, it also flashed with the same light, and it was unprecedentedly bright. Xiaoyan took a deep breath and took out the evil brilliant overlord sword. He saw that the surface of the evil brilliant overlord sword also had a red light. This was unprecedented. The first time he had touched the heavenly calamity stone fragment, the evil brilliant overlord sword had not reacted. After that, when he had carried the stone fragment, there had been no reaction. Lin Feng and the others all looked towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan composed himself and said in a deep voice, "The throbbing that originates from the depths of my soul, I am related to that stone pillar of red light. However," after a slight hesitation, he continued, "it feels more like a symbiotic relationship." Lin Feng said, "That stone pillar of red light should be the core of the Nether Sea, the key to controlling the power of the Nether Sea. The heavenly disaster fragment stone that the ancient longevity world possesses should be a fragment that fell off from that stone pillar of red light and accidentally landed in the outside world. It's just that before, when Qiyang completely refined the netherworld was in a completely ownerless state. After this fragment broke away, it did not show anything special. But after, when Qiyang refined it once, the fragment and the netherworld once again resonated and connected." Lin Feng looked at Xiaoyan's evil brilliant overlord sword. "And this treasure's relationship with the stone pillar of red light is not more distant. On the contrary, it is more likely that it is closer. That's why the divine item hid itself and did not show itself. Only now did it react." Xiaoyan nodded. He held the evil brilliant overlord sword and closed his eyes. Silently, he sensed his entire body began to flash with a red light. It was incomparably dazzling, as if it was resonating with the stone pillar of red light in the distance, which was separated by layers of domain power. Lin Feng stared at the stone pillar of red light. It is not so easy to control the power of the netherworld. Unlike the Yingxi and Xianhai, which are relatively stable, this place is really too chaotic. He brought Xiaoyan and the rest and continued to move forward, continuously getting closer to that red light stone pillar. In the end, they reached a place that seemed to be very close. In a place near the stone pillar, there seemed to be traces of someone sitting quietly for a long time on the ground. Although this place was very close to the stone pillar of red light, Lin Feng knew that if it was not for Wen Qiang's state of being half-merged with the netherworld sea, it would still not be easy to truly touch the stone pillar. Lin Feng tapped lightly with his finger, and images once again appeared in everyone's mind. They were still memories of Wen Qiang from back then. As expected, they saw him sitting on the platform, facing the stone pillar of red light in front of him. He sat there for many years. To Lin Feng and the others who were browsing through Wen Qiang's memories, it was just an instant, but to Wen Qiang himself, it was a long period of time that could be counted in thousands of years. And in this process, Wen Qiang's body gradually floated up, continuously merging into the stone pillar of red light until his entire body landed on the stone pillar, becoming one with the stone pillar. Only then did Wen Qiang open his eyes and let out a long breath. Although I can already control the power of the netherworld sea, my body is still one with the netherworld sea. If I use all the power within, the damage will also be reflected on my body. Because it comes from my body, I can't even defend against it. I can only accept it calmly. If I use my power to the limit, I might not be able to kill the enemy, but I might send myself to death. More importantly, I still can't escape from the netherworld sea. At best, I can only guide others into the netherworld sea. I still can't return to the vast thousand domains. Wen Qiang murmured to himself, but soon a smile appeared on his face again. However, after a period of hard training, I can successfully leave the netherworld sea. It might be 1,000 years, or it might be 10,000 years, but the day will finally come when I can return to the divine continent. Wen Qiang raised his head slightly and smiled. I wonder how Yun, and the others are doing? How is the White Cloud Mountain now? He stretched out his hand and gently drew a line in the void, and a crack suddenly appeared in the space. Correspondingly, in the southern wilderness of the vast thousand domains, in the sky above a desolate and uninhabited area, the space boundaries suddenly split open, and a small crack of the netherworld sea appeared. Although he couldn't escape from the netherworld sea, Wen Qiang could break open the crack of the netherworld sea and see the situation outside. Although it was very troublesome, and even such a simple action caused him a burden, Wen Qiang still couldn't wait to break open the crack between the boundaries. He wanted to know the situation of the outside world and see how his wife and children were doing. He wanted to see how the divine land was now. However, with one look, Wen Qiang's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Before he could find the whereabouts of his wife and children, he saw the flames of war raging in the divine land. Groups of demons were dancing. It was a war between the two worlds that affected the entire Tianyuan Great World. The violent demon power that covered the sky enveloped the entire divine land. In the black smoke, a white ape stood up. Its eyes were blue, and it coldly looked down at the human world. The ape looked ordinary, but its aura was extremely terrifying. It was in the void, but it seemed as if it didn't exist in this world. It was unfathomable. The violent and majestic power combined with the illusory aura. It was contradictory yet unified, and it made people's hearts palpitate. Towards this great demon that seemed to rule the world, Wen Qiang had a deep impression. Divine Abyss Extreme Spirit. Carefully observing Ji Huang Xinyuan, he realized that this demon had completely recovered to the peak state when it had wreaked havoc in the divine land. It even seemed to have surpassed it. This made Wen Qiang shocked and angry. Why is it like this? Back then, this macaque should have been heavily injured. Even if the others don't count, at least Xia Fangyu should have enough power to chase after him. Why did he let him escape safely and make a comeback? Ignoring his shock and anger, Wen Qiang stared at the scene in the crack. He saw that the divine land was in a state of turmoil. The place where Ji Huang Xinyuan had descended was where his sect was located, White Cloud Mountain. A bright mirror hung high on the top of White Cloud Mountain, blocking Ji Huang Xinyuan's power and protecting White Cloud Mountain from being harmed. Luckily, the Haotian mirror has recovered to its peak state. Wen Qiang relaxed a little, but then he suddenly tensed up. But if the divine abyss extreme spirit attacks other places in the divine land, the Haotian mirror won't be able to protect them. The result will be a massacre. He carefully observed White Cloud Mountain, and his heart sank. Is Xing, he no longer here? Right now, the disciple of our sect who is activating the Haotian mirror probably hasn't experienced the tribulation yet. In this case, after a long battle, he won't have enough power and will be easily taken advantage of by the divine Abyss Extreme Spirit. If the Haotian mirror is injured, no one in the world will be able to stop the divine Abyss Extreme Spirit. When Qiang saw this scene and fell silent, his eyes kept fluctuating, and his mind was in an unprecedented state of chaos. In the minds of Lin Feng and the others, they saw when Qiang's light shadow suddenly split into two, facing each other. One of them was expressionless, and his eyes were extremely calm, as if he didn't care about what happened just now. The other one was worried. Master, does Wen Qiang have two personalities in his heart? Yang Qing asked. Lin Feng shook his head. That's not the case. This is the process of thinking in his heart, or you can say, he is questioning his soul. The expressionless Wen Qiang asked, if you go now, you can only use the power of the Netherworld Sea to fight against the divine Abyss Extreme Spirit. No matter who wins or loses, you won't be able to escape death. Wen Qiang, who looked worried, slowly shook his head. His gaze was firm. My heart is fearless, but as long as I, Wen Qiang, am still alive, I will help my compatriots of the human clan in the divine prefecture until I die. The expressionless Wen Qiang asked, you have already died once for the divine land. Do you want to die again? The opposite Wen Qiang smiled calmly. I am never afraid of death. The expressionless Wen Qiang continued, your wife, you have promised to reunite with her and take care of her forever. She has been waiting for you. Your unborn child, you have not even seen his appearance with your own eyes, and your child has not seen his father's appearance with his own eyes. Only at this moment, Wen Qiang's face showed a heroic expression. His expression showed a rare sense of loss and sadness, but he still shook his head. Now I can only choose to believe in Xinghe and the others. I have a wife and children. The millions of people in this divine land also have their own wives and children, their own relatives, and their own families. Wen Qiang's expression was firm and sad. My parents died in the hands of the demon clan. I don't want such a tragedy to happen to others. The expressionless Wen Qiang continued, now that you have joined the war, you have completely merged with the Netherworld Sea. You can't even communicate with others or leave any messages. No one knows the pain you have suffered all these years. No one knows what you have done today. No one knows how much you have sacrificed. No one knows that you have returned to the divine land and died again for them. No, the opposite Wen Qiang smiled slightly. The deserts, mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas of the divine land, they all know that I have returned. At this point, the expressionless figure disappeared. The valiant man in linen roared to the sky, and the red stone pillar rose from the ground. The entire Netherworld Sea was stirred up, and the violent turbulence rolled him up, rushing towards the divine land. When Qiang's figure had disappeared, and even his voice was gone. However, it was as if the world was echoing with his hearty laughter. Monkey from the divine abyss, don't be arrogant. Wen Qiang is here. Chapter 10, 95. The laughter that seemed to echo between heaven and earth was the last trace that Wen Qiang left in this world. After that, the scene in front of Lin Feng and the others disappeared. Now, the red stone pillar called Heaven's Bane stood tall in the Netherworld Sea again, but Wen Qiang's figure was nowhere to be seen. Although they could not see what happened after, they knew the gist of it. When Qiang returned to the divine prefecture with the power of the Netherworld Sea to fight the last battle of his life. In the Netherworld Sea, his body and spirit were destroyed, and he died completely. The Haotian mirror was also seriously damaged again. In exchange, he turned the tide and finally killed one of the 3 strongest great demons in the history of the Tianyuan world, Jihuang Xinyuan. Lin Feng looked at the red stone pillar in front of him and thought for a moment. Although it was not appropriate to think about it carefully, a sentence came to his mind involuntarily. The green hills bury the loyal bones. The horse wraps the corpse and returns it. Although there was no one in the place, Lin Feng still solemnly cupped his hands. Beside him, Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, Yang Qing, and Li Yuanfang were also silent. After a long time, they solemnly bowed to the place where when Qiyang sat in the past. Yang Qing sighed softly. In the Great War of the Middle Era, the Netherworld Sea was monstrous, and a figure was faintly discernible. That figure was indeed Taoist Master Scarlet Sunday. No wonder that figure completely collapsed. For him, as long as he participated in the war, his life and death were already destined. The others nodded silently. After calming down, Zhu Yi looked at the huge stone pillar that was flashing with red light in front of him. It was like a pillar that supported the heavens. When Qiyang spent a long time and paid a huge price to pave a path for those who came after him to refine and control the Netherworld Sea. However, it's still extremely difficult to put into practice. Xiao Yan nodded and took a deep breath. He held the evil bright overlord sword horizontally and pointed it at the red stone pillar in front of him. His other hand held the remnant stone of heavenly disaster, and the red light immediately enveloped his whole body. The light in the stone pillar suddenly became dazzling and resonated with Xiao Yan. In the space between the two, white light suddenly surged, and there was indeed the appearance of the power of domain twisting. As Xiao Yan walked forward step by step, it was as if a door had opened in the space in front of him that was very close to the red light stone pillar. A powerful and mysterious power spread out from within, shocking people. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and a light spot appeared between his eyebrows. The light spot flew out and unfolded between heaven and earth, turning into a huge yin and yang life and death formation. And in the center of the yin and yang life and death formation, a huge cauldron that seemed to bear the weight of the divine land suddenly shook. Other than Ding of Shenzhou, Zhu Yi's expression also changed slightly. A golden light lit up above his head, and a magnificent golden bridge that seemed to traverse through the ages and lead the trend of humanity appeared in front of everyone. It was the creation magic treasure that Zhu Yi controlled, the golden Permitha bridge. To make two creation magic treasures resonate at the same time, the true body of the red stone pillar in front of them was self-evident. This was also a creation magic treasure, and it was a creation magic treasure that was nurtured by the majestic power of the Netherworld Sea. It accompanied and grew with the Netherworld Sea. Lin Feng carefully sensed it and nodded slightly. To be precise, it was originally a magic treasure embryo. In the process of when Qiyang refining the Netherworld Sea, it gradually matured and completely took shape. It was closely connected with the Netherworld Sea and Wen Qiyang merging into one. After Wen Qiyang's death, this treasure was still in the core of the Netherworld Sea. Controlling this creation magic treasure called Heaven's Bane is equivalent to controlling the Netherworld Sea. This magic treasure does not exist alone, and its value is not limited to itself. It was originally born in such an ominous place like the Netherworld Sea, and now it has merged with the Netherworld Sea. It is really a great evil weapon. The difficulty of refining and subduing it is probably not comparable to other creation magic treasures. Compared to the gentler ones like Ding of Shenzhou and the golden Permitha bridge, it is even more incomparable. The red light on Xiao Yan's body rolled, and the light and shadow of the calamity of the Netherworld Sea emerged in his eyes. He said softly, after seeing this heaven's bane. I understand everything. Lin Feng nodded. Yes. On the side, Zhu Yi also showed a look of understanding. Yang Qing, Li Yuanfang, and the others looked at him, and Zhu Yi explained. During the process of reincarnation, eldest senior brother's spirit was contaminated with the aura of Heaven's Bane and the Netherworld Sea. Moreover, it is the core aura of power. Although weak, it is incomparably pure, close to the source. It is purer than the fragment of the Heaven's Bane stone that broke off from the stone pillar. It is purer, more source, and more core. Li Yuanfang asked, like Marquis Jing Huan and the ruthless Emperor's battle armor. Zhu Yi shook his head. Not so. Marquis Jing Huan, Liang, and is a part of the ruthless Emperor's battle armor's original spirit. It fused with a person's soul. So, Marquis Jing Huan is like half a clone of the ruthless Emperor's battle armor, half human and half treasure. Speaking of eldest senior brother, his connection with Heaven's Bane is not that close. The two of them are more like companions, growing and strengthening together. The aura of the Netherworld Sea is like a treasure that he was born with. He looked at Xiao Yan. Heaven's Bane was created by Wen Qiyang and the Netherworld Sea together. Wen Qiyang is already dead, but there are still traces of him in Heaven's Bane. When it comes to eldest senior brother, although it is weak, it still exists. That is why Ding of Shenzhou rejects eldest senior brother. But because Wen Qiyang's aura is too weak, and it has been refined by Heaven's Bane, Ding of Shenzhou's reaction is not that strong. However, right now, Ding of Shenzhou's rejection of Heaven's Bane is very obvious. Everyone looked at Ding of Shenzhou within the yin and yang life and death formation. As expected, Ding of Shenzhou was rejecting the aura coming from Heaven's Bane. Among them, there was the stable power conception of the divine prefecture's creation, the natural hostility against the Netherworld Sea's calamities, and also the unconscious rejection of the traces left behind by Wen Qiyang. On the other hand, Heaven's Bane did not have any emotional reaction to Ding of Shenzhou and the Nirvana Bridge. It was just a resonance between two creation treasures. Lin Feng put away the yin and yang life and death formation and Ding of Shenzhou and came to Xiao Yan's side. Let's go. After saying that, he stepped into the door, and Xiao Yan followed closely behind. Zhu Yi and the rest also followed behind. The scene inside the door was chaotic and blurry, but it was dark red, making one feel oppressed. Entering, it made one lose the sense of space and distance. At the same time, one could feel an obvious sluggish feeling around them, as if they were in a quagmire. Heaven's Bane's power and aura were everywhere, but one could not see its true form. Lin Feng and the rest seemed to have entered its body, but it also seemed like they had not really touched this creation treasure. Is it because this treasure is closely connected to the Netherworld Sea? Lin Feng pondered, and suddenly his heart trembled slightly. He looked in a direction and saw the space there suddenly open, and several figures appeared. It was Yan Nanlai, Wu Mingqi, and Lord Qingning. When the people of Taishu Temple saw Lin Feng, their eyes narrowed slightly. Has his original body come here? Fellow Taoists, how have you been? Lin Feng said calmly. He looked at Yan Nanlai, Wu Mingqi, and the rest, and their situation was much worse than his. In this space, the feeling of being in a quagmire was even more obvious, and it could be said that it was difficult to move forward. Lin Feng understood. Isn't it because the most primitive world within a world where Wen Qiyang lived was close to the stone pillar of heavenly calamity? Yan Nanlai, Wu Mingqi, and Lord Qingning all frowned slightly, especially Wu Mingqi, whose eyes were constantly flashing. Even if the ancient immortal's world gave the stone remnant of heavenly calamity to Xianmen Tianzong, they should not be so relaxed. Could it be that Xiao Yan's origin is really related to the Netherworld Sea? His gaze fell on Xiao Yan, full of scrutiny, while Xiao Yan calmly looked at him. Yan Nanlai used his supernatural power to send a voice transmission to Wu Mingqi. Xianmen Tianzong took the initiative. I'm afraid it was because they stepped in here that they triggered the original restriction, which allowed us to enter from another place. Wu Mingqi nodded. The key is likely to be in the first world within the Netherworld Sea. That is the true way to enter, and most likely Xianmen Tianzong, and the others entered through that world within a world. What I'm concerned about is, how did they find that place? Xianmen Tianzong's Xiao Yan is most likely hiding some secrets, but I can't feel it right now. Wu Mingqi's eyes narrowed slightly. Here, he seems to have become one with the Netherworld Sea, so I can't see any clues. Yan Nanlai and Lord Qingning's expressions became even more solemn when they heard this. Wu Mingqi had obtained Wen Qiang's legacy and could activate the power of the Netherworld Sea. His related perception in the Netherworld Sea was even more powerful, but he could not see through Xiao Yan. This obviously abnormal situation immediately attracted their attention. At this moment, in another direction, the void suddenly opened up, and a figure appeared. It was a youth who looked to be only about 10 years old. His appearance was somewhat unfamiliar, but Lin Feng and Yan Nanlai recognized him at a glance. King of the Underworld. The youth was the reborn king of the Underworld. He looked at Lin Feng and nodded, Master of the Celestial Sect. It's been a long time. He then looked at Yan Nanlai, the current head of the Taishu Temple. Yan Nanlai, seeing you reminds us of Yan Xinghe. Yan Nanlai's expression was calm. King of the Underworld, do you think that now is the time for you to be reminiscing about the past? It would have been fine if you hadn't shown yourself, but since you've appeared here today, then stay here forever. The King of the Underworld was non-committal. The Netherworld Sea is a matter of great importance, and I had no choice but to come. Otherwise, all my years of planning would have been for naught. Furthermore, in this Netherworld Sea, within the world created by Heaven's Bane's aura, even if you want to keep me here, I'm afraid it's still beyond your capabilities. Lin Feng and Yan Nanlai's hearts moved at the same time. His rebirth and recovery of his former strength, could it be that he's relying on some special ritual to rely on the Netherworld Sea? King of the Underworld, you're being too careless. A silhouette suddenly stepped out from the hole in the void behind Yan Nanlai and the others. She looked to be a 14 or 15-year-old girl with a calm expression and indifferent gaze. She was one of the 4 elders of the previous generation of the Taishu Temple, Lord Qingyi. Even if the Haotian mirror did not want to delay its own recovery, it would be difficult to send someone into the depths of the Netherworld Sea, which was constantly in a state of chaos, not to mention directly sending someone into the core area where Heaven's Bane was. When Wu Mingqi first entered the Netherworld Sea, Tao Lord Qingyi had already been guided by him, and with the help of the Haotian mirror, they had descended into the Netherworld Sea together. Seeing Tao Lord Qingyi, the king of the underworld's expression did not change, and he shook his head slightly. The ones who are being careless are you. You alone are far less of a threat to me than if the master of the celestial sect's true body had descended here. Chapter 1096. As for the king of the underworld's words, Tao Master Qingyi was similarly non-committal. The king of the underworld finished his sentence and did not say anything else. He turned his gaze to Lin Feng and sized up Lin Feng, Xiao Yan, and the others. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, have you found the first world within the Netherworld Sea, where when Qiyang resided? Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. He was also sizing up the king of the underworld. That has nothing to do with you, sir. However, your appearance here is slightly unexpected. The king of the underworld said calmly, there is no place more suitable than here. whether it is the Haotian mirror or your sword, if you want to enter here, you will first have to clash with Heaven's Bane and the entire Netherworld Sea. Whether it is that disciple of yours, Xiao Yan, or that disciple of the Taishu Temple, Wu Mingqi, none of them will be able to suppress it. Heaven's Bane is an extremely ominous weapon. When faced with the even stronger Haotian mirror and Heaven Punishing Sword, it will definitely not choose to submit. It will only resist even more fiercely. However, Heaven's Bane, which is in harmony with the Netherworld Sea, has the leeway to resist. The king of the underworld smiled. By bringing in the Haotian mirror and Heaven Punishing Sword, you will only push Heaven's Bane to my side. I am naturally happy to see this. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, if your Jade Capital Mountain wishes to descend into this space, it will also be attacked by the power of the Netherworld Sea. Lin Feng said calmly, even without the Haotian mirror and Heaven Punishing Sword, do you think you can leave so easily? Or do you think that I and my fellow Taoists from the Taishu Temple will fight against the Netherworld Sea for Heaven's Bane? No matter what happens in the future, we will definitely greet you first. Yan Nanlai looked at the king of the underworld and nodded his head slowly as well. King of the underworld, in the ancient age, you have plunged the people into misery and suffering. Now that you have made a comeback, I will not allow you to harm the divine prefecture again. Behind the king of the underworld, arcane energy condensed into a gigantic, pure black dragon throne. He sat on it with a relaxed expression, slightly tilting his head to look at Yan Nanlai, Taoist, Master Qingwan, and the others. Oh, do I harm the common people? Don't put it in such a nice way. I just don't agree with you. Help the divine prefecture and protect the world. To put it nicely, they're just a bunch of people fighting for power. The king of the underworld clasped his fingers together and placed them flat in front of him. I have ascended to the position of supreme martial artist. Everything under the heavens belongs to me. Everyone who commands the land belongs to me. Yet your Taishu Temple wants to be a place outside of civilization. If you were like the Taishu Taoist and Wen Qiyang, wholeheartedly resisting the demon race and not interfering with the matters of the divine land, then that would be fine. But if you want to be the retired emperor of this divine land, I will not tolerate you. The king of the underworld said indifferently, all words and rhetoric, all attempts to whitewash peace, are useless. This is the true nature of the matter. Silently, Yan Nanlai said, regardless of whether it is you or the other human sovereigns, the ultimate goal of seeking the throne is to resist the demon race and protect our divine land. It is not for your own selfish desires. This is the prerequisite for everything. Our temple has no intention of interfering with the actions of the human sovereigns, but the prerequisite is that the human sovereigns themselves are virtuous and care for the common people. Reduce internal friction, resist the demon race together, and protect the divine land. This is the main prerequisite for everything. Lin Feng, Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others did not speak after hearing this. After seeing Wen Qiang's memories, they already knew that in ancient times, the Taishu Temple had already had its initial differences regarding the policy. At that time, there had already been the initial split between the radical and conservative factions. However, the radical and conservative factions of that time were not the same concepts as they were now. In ancient times, the conservative faction of the Taishu Temple was led by Wen Qiang. They were inclined to focus on resisting the demon race and protecting the divine land. As for the rule of the human sovereigns, they mainly observed and supervised them. At that time, the radical faction was inclined to choose the human sovereigns to ensure that the human sovereigns could cooperate closely with the Taishu Temple to resist the demon race together. The leader of this faction was Wen Qiang's junior brother, the second abbot of the Taishu Temple, Yan Xinghe. The cause of the dispute between the two sides had actually sprouted when the Taishu Taoist was still alive. It originated from the first human sovereign of the ancient era, Tai Huang. Although he fought side by side with the Taishu Taoist, he was not close to the Taishu Temple. Instead, they were even distant from the Taishu Temple. There were many private frictions between the subordinates of the Tai Huang and the disciples of the Taishu Temple. After that, the situation of the second human sovereign of the ancient era ruling was slightly better. However, when it came to the third human sovereign, Astro Sovereign, he gradually became distant from the Taishu Temple. At that point, the radical faction of the ancient era within the Taishu Temple grew stronger and stronger and finally took shape. A mocking smile appeared on the face of the king of the underworld. Exactly the same argument as Yan Xinghe. In order to prevent a human sovereign like me from opposing you and causing internal friction, it's best to choose a human sovereign who is in line with your wishes to be your protector and watch over the divine land, caring for the common people and protecting the divine land. Are you really so selfless? Silently, the king of the underworld said, "In my opinion, even the Taishu Taoist might not be like that." He looked at Yan Nanlai, Tao Master Ching Yi, and the others. Have you never thought about why Taishu Tian and Taoist Tian Chun are at odds with the Taishu Temple? Even Taoist Rulai is at loggerheads with you, Yan Nanlai, and the others frowned slightly. Taishu Tian was the original name of the Tai sovereign. Taoist Tianchun was the name of the Astro sovereign before he ascended to the throne, and Taoist Rulai and Gautama Buddha were the names of the Tai sovereign after he ascended to the throne. The king of the underworld tilted his head slightly. Taishu Tian? Indeed, he is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. However, looking at the history, do you know what I see? What I see is that the Taishu Taoist and Taishu Tian were equally matched in the last years of the ancient era. However, after entering the ancient era, the Taishu Taoist, who obtained the Haotian mirror and occupied White Cloud Mountain, started to gradually surpass Taishu Tian. What I see is that after the battle with the first Dragon Absolute, Taishu Tian, who ascended to the position of the Supreme Human Emperor, died, while the Taishu Taoist, who had the Haotian mirror in his hand, survived. What I see is that during the war between the two worlds, Taoist Tianchun, who ascended to the position of the human emperor, died, and after the Taishu Taoist and Taoist Rulai went to the Sea of Death, the Haotian mirror finally recovered and saved Yan Xinghe's life. The king of the underworld said slowly, "Back then, the Taishu Taoist and Taishu Tian saw the birth of the Haotian mirror at the same time. With Taishu Tian's personality, I don't believe that he would take the initiative to give it up. The Tai sovereign was a man of great talent and strategy, but his domineering majesty was also known throughout the ages. I don't know the details of how the Taishu Taoist obtained the Haotian mirror, and I don't have the heart to criticize him. After all, it was his ability to obtain it." The king of the underworld said calmly, "It's just that looking at history, I've learned a lesson. Absolute power is the foundation of everything. If it wasn't for the Haotian mirror protecting the fate of your Taishu Temple generation after generation, how much better would your fate be compared to the heavenly gates, the primitive devil cult, and the great Thunderclap Temple?" As the king of the underworld said this, he looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "If it wasn't for the celestial punishing sword forged by the master of the celestial gate after the battle of Mount Shu, I'm afraid you guys wouldn't have been able to live in peace with him, right?" Yan Nanlai, Tao Master Ching Yi, Tao Master Ching Ning Wu Mingqi, and the others all frowned slightly. When Lin Feng heard this, he smiled faintly and didn't say anything. The king of the underworld continued, If it wasn't for the Haotian mirror, it would still be a matter of doubt as to who White Cloud Mountain belonged to back then. The White Cloud Mountain in ancient times wasn't like it is today. It was the center where the spiritual chi of the entire divine land converged. It was only at the end of the ancient times that the chi of the vast thousand worlds gradually declined due to the changes in the chi of the entire world. Although the Starry Sea is good, compared to the White Cloud Mountain of that time, in terms of daily cultivation, it can't be compared. The king of the underworld shook his head repeatedly. The best Dharma treasure isn't in one's hands, and the most suitable blessed land and heavenly abode for cultivation isn't in one's hands. Most of the time, one isn't the number one in the divine continent in name and in reality. What's the point of being a human emperor like this? I have ascended to the throne, and I don't want to live in the shadows of others, much less be a marionette or a puppet in front of the stage. Yen Nanlai said faintly. Those who harbor darkness in their hearts see the entire world as devoid of light. No matter how much you say, you can't change the fact that you're not upright. It's not that I want to depose you alone, but the entire divine land can't tolerate your perverse actions. What you said just now is to gloss over your mistakes and argue back with sophistry. When the king of the underworld heard this, he didn't get angry. A faint smile appeared on his handsome face. Oh, is that so? Xia Fanyu, this is a human emperor that you're satisfied with, right? Silently, Yen Nanlai said, although we've always had our suspicions, with the reappearance of Ding of Shenzhou, we've finally confirmed that this is yet another sin you've committed. The king of the underworld said indifferently, sin? From what I see in your entire Taishu temple, from the ancient times to the present, if there's someone who can live up to what you preach, it might be hard to say for others, but there's at least one person who definitely fits the bill. He pointed to his feet. That person is Wen Qiyang, who ultimately died here. He doesn't want to be human emperor. He doesn't want to be the abbot of Taishu Temple. He doesn't want to control the Haotian mirror either. Slowly, the king of the underworld said, but the number of top-notch great demons he has killed is probably more than Taoist Tianchen, Xia Fangyu, and Yan Xinghe combined. He clearly had powers that far surpassed Yan Xinghe, but in the end, in order to avoid internal strife in Taishu Temple, he left for another place. This person can be said to be true to his words and deeds. But what happened to this person? He couldn't even protect his precious wife and child. The king of the underworld's expression was filled with mockery. That's right, I killed Xia Fangyu. But before that, what was Xia Fangyu doing? After Wen Qiyang and the divine Abyss Extreme Spirit were both heavily injured, and after Wen Qiyang was suspected to have died, he went to assassinate Wen Qiyang's wife, Yun Yao, to avenge her only son. But unexpectedly, in order to take care of Yun Yao, who was pregnant, Wen Qiyang left a protective spell on her body. Even if Wen Qiyang died, it would still be effective. In the end, the two sides engaged in a great battle. The foreign dimension where Wen Qiyang and his wife lived in seclusion collapsed and was destroyed. Xia Fangyu killed the Cloud Demon, but he was also injured by the Cloud Demon and Wen Qiyang's dermic powers. The king of the underworld raised his head and laughed. Poor Yun Yao, with Wen Qiyang's spell, had a chance to escape, but who knew that her fetus would be affected, and she would give birth prematurely. In the end, she used the remaining power of the spell to send the baby away, but she died at Xia Fangyu's hands. How laughable! Wen Qiyang risked his life in battle, but in the end, his wife died at the hands of the same race that he had protected all his life, and his son's whereabouts are unknown. Who knows where he is and whether he is dead or alive? In the red chaotic void, only the king of the underworld's laughter echoed, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 1097. Lin Feng calmly glanced at the people in the Taishu temple. As expected, you already knew about this. No wonder Shoichi Daishin and Xianlin Taoist weren't surprised when they saw Ding of Shenzhou reprimanding them. And they weren't surprised when Xia Huang was injured when he was killed by this person. The corners of the underworld emperor's mouth curled up to reveal a mocking smile. Of course they know that the foreign space where Wen Qiyang lives in seclusion is extremely well hidden, and he and Yun Yao have always lived in seclusion. Xia Fangyu couldn't find that place by himself. So, how did Xia Fangyu know the exact location of that foreign space? The Haotian mirror. Only the Haotian mirror. The king of the underworld smiled. Speaking of which, I have to thank Xia Fangyu. It was because he found the alternate dimension where Wen Qiyang lived with the help of the Haotian mirror. That reminded me not to underestimate the searching ability of the Haotian mirror. So, when I set up the foundation of the Underworld Hall, I took the trouble to find a medium-class world that was only connected to the void battlefield. Dao Master Qing Yi's indifferent gaze gradually turned cold. The king of the underworld glanced at her, shook his head, and sneered. What? Do you need me to find a witness for you? He pointed his finger, and rays of gray light condensed in the void, turning into a half-black, half-white netherworld fruit of life and death. The black half of the Dao fruit flashed, and a figure gradually appeared. It was a middle-aged man dressed in black. He gave off a calm and steady feeling like a vast and boundless sea or a vast and boundless land. His figure appeared from the black half of the fruit of life, and in the next moment he moved to the white half. When he reached the white half, the figure of the middle-aged man suddenly turned from illusory to real. Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged man and nodded slightly. Xia Huang. Although he was different from the image of light and shadow that was commonly circulated, without the black dragon robe and flat crown, everyone present could recognize that this middle-aged man was one of the Run Huang of the ancient times, Xia Huang, Xia Fangyu. Lin Feng could clearly feel that Ding of Shenzhou in the yin and yang life and death formation shook violently after the middle-aged man showed up. Previously, when facing the king of the underworld, Ding of Shenzhou had also exploded with intense hostility, far more than when facing Tian Yi Shoichi Daishin and Xiao Yan. However, this wave of tremors was even more intense. Yan Nanlai, Dao Master Qing Yi, and the others looked at Xia Huang, who had turned into an evil soul, and sighed. After knowing that Xia Huang had been assassinated by the king of the underworld and had died at his hands, both Lin Feng and the people of Taishu Temple were mentally prepared. It was very likely that Xia Huang had suffered the same fate as the heavenly spirit elder and the others, that he had been refined by the king of the underworld into an evil soul and imprisoned as his puppet. The king of the underworld said lightly, "To be fair, Xia Fangyu's strength is not bad, and he is one of my proudest collections. It is also because of his strength that I can only drive him to fight against others, but I cannot control his thoughts. However, it is not difficult to read his past memories." Speaking of this, the king of the underworld smiled leisurely. "Moreover, now that you have obtained Ding of Shenzhou, you should know that I have been watching Xia Fangyu for a long time. Before I killed him, I already knew him very well, even more than you people of Taishu Temple." Emperor Xia, who appeared in front of everyone, had a wooden expression on his face. His face was ashen, but as he stood in the space created by heavenly calamity and sensed the mana and aura left behind by Wen Qiyang in the past, his eyes moved slightly and a complicated glow appeared in them. Oh, I forgot to mention that the reason why he looks so sorrowful now is because I told him what happened to his clansmen. The king of the underworld said lightly he has no more worries now. If he can walk out of this state of despair, he might be able to take another step forward. However, he does not seem to have any desire or thoughts in this regard. The king of the underworld stood up and walked to Xia Huang's side. He patted his shoulder casually and said indifferently, "I do not know if Yun Yao wants to kill him to avenge his sisters, but he has always remembered the murder of his son. However, as long as Wen Qiyang is alive, he will not be able to get what he wants." Finally, when Wen Qiyang died fighting the extreme spirit of the divine abyss, even if he cannot be completely sure whether he is dead or alive, just the fact that his life lamp was extinguished in White Cloud Mountain made him unable to hold back. The king of the underworld returned to his black dragon throne and laughed. How laughable! When Qiyang died, fighting for the divine land, before his body had even turned cold, he was sold by his own Haotian mirror, and his wife and son were killed by his own clansmen. If not for Wen Qiyang leaving behind a powerful Dharma power restriction that could be used even after his death, the result would be Yun Yao and his wife. Xia Fangyu thought that since Yun Yao was pregnant, it would not be difficult to kill him. He could deal with the extreme spirit of the divine abyss after killing Yun Yao. However, he did not expect to be heavily injured after killing Yun Yao. He let extreme spirit of the divine abyss escape back to infinite wasteland for nothing, hiding his tracks and disappearing without a trace. The king of the underworld shook his head slightly and looked at Yen Nanlai and the rest with a mocking expression. "This is the emperor that you all worship." "This is not the most laughable part." The king of the underworld laughed and said, "What do you think is the most laughable part of this? It is right here." He pointed at the red chaotic space that everyone was in and said, "After so many years, extreme spirit of the divine abyss recovered from his injuries and made a comeback. Who was the one who ended him? Who was the one who was responsible for Yan Xinghe and Xia Fangyu's actions back then? It was none other than Wen Qiyang, whose wife and son were killed by them." The king of the underworld laughed and sighed. "It is laughable that Wen Qiyang died for nothing again." His gaze swept across Yen Nanlai and Lin Feng. "What I am more interested in is, does Wen Qiyang know anything about what happened after that?" Lin Feng's expression was calm. With a flick of his finger, a light image appeared in the void. It was Wen Qiyang's experience after he entered the Netherworld Sea. The light image flashed quickly. Yen Nanlai, Dao Master Qing Yi, Dao Master Qing Ning, and Wu Mingqi did not say a word, their expressions solemn. After the light image finished, it finally stopped at the moment when Wen Qiyang completely merged with the heavenly adversity and guided the Netherworld Sea to rush to the divine prefecture. Lin Feng said indifferently, making a move at that point in time. For him, regardless of victory or defeat, it was a situation of certain death, and his choice was to courageously meet death. Only he didn't know that other than bleeding, he also had to cry. The king of the underworld was also slightly stunned. After a while, he shook his head and laughed. Not knowing the truth from a certain point of view is actually a kind of happiness for him, but more than that, it is also a kind of sorrow. He looked at Yen Nanlai and said indifferently, "Fellow disciples of the same sect for tens of thousands of years, just because of differences of opinion, since he was young, he passed on his skills on behalf of his master and personally nurtured him. It was this junior brother that he trusted greatly who sold his family." The king of the underworld raised his head slightly and looked at the red, chaotic void. "This is the first time I've wanted to revive an enemy so much. Unfortunately, he has already been completely destroyed in both body and soul. Otherwise, I would really like to ask him, how would he feel when he saw this scene?" The king of the underworld looked at Yen Nanlai and slowly asked, "Other than Xia Fangyu dying by my hands and Wen Qiyang's experience after he entered the Netherworld Sea, you should all be very clear about everything else from the ancient era to the present. I really want to know, do you still hold Xia Fangyu in such high regard?" Yen Nanlai was silent. After a while, he said slowly, "Everything about Xia Huang is good, and he can be considered a wise ruler. However, his only problem is that he values personal relationships too much. Even my ancestors did not expect that he would first seek trouble with Yun Yao, and that he would ultimately go to the divine abyss. Xiao Yan snorted coldly. In other words, the fault is all on Xia Huang, and it has nothing to do with you? So as long as you don't personally stain yourself with blood, the matter of someone stabbing you in the back will have nothing to do with you? Yen Nanlai said in a deep voice. Founding Master Scarlet's son was loyal and courageous, and his contributions will last for thousands of years. He can be said to be a role model for our generation. From a personal point of view, I also find it hard to accept what happened to him. However, from a rational point of view, I will make the same decision as my ancestors. Yen Nanlai's expression was heavy. Yun Yao is, after all, a member of the Yao race. As long as Founding Master Scarlet's son is still alive, she will not become an enemy of the human race. However, after Founding Master Scarlet's son passes away, she will still have a grudge against Xia Huang. The conflict between the two of them will very likely intensify. No matter what, Xia Huang is a pillar of the human race. Whether it is our temple or the others in the divine land, we must all support Xia Huang. Yun Yao is powerless to fight against the entire divine land. If she wants revenge, she must join the Yao race. She herself is a great Yao with extraordinary strength. No one knows if Founding Master Scarlet's son told her some of the secrets of the human race or important information of our temple after she married him. If she joins the Yao race, the result will be hard to predict. Yen Nanlai closed his eyes slightly. No one could see the shame in the depths of his eyes. There was only a face of unswerving determination. Although I have let down Founding Master Scarlet's son, Yun Yao cannot be left alive. The safety of the divine land is above all else. Yun Yao is an absolutely unstable factor, and could even be a hostile factor. The king of the underworld sneered. So, Wen Qiyang trusts your ancestor Yen Xinghe, but from Yen Xinghe until now, you have never trusted Wen Qiyang? Even we know that although Wen Qiyang is unbridled, he has always been bound by his sense of responsibility towards the divine land and your Taishu temple. For such a person, how could he not know what kind of hidden dangers there would be if he were to pass crucial secret information to Yun Yao? Back then, if Wen Qiyang had not left White Cloud Mountain of his own accord to avoid internal strife in your Taishu temple and reduce the power of the Yao race, other than the Taishu Taoist, who else could have let him go? Yen Nanlai and the others were silent. After a while, Yen Nanlai shook his head. Ancestor did not want to take the risk. This is the funniest thing we have heard today. The king of the underworld laughed. On one hand, you enjoy the protection of Wen Qiyang's sense of responsibility and power, but on the other hand, you are rejecting and doubting him. The king of the underworld sat on the black dragon throne and knocked on the armrest. And what is interesting is that your ancestor Yen Xinghe trusted Xia Fangyu more than he trusted his own senior brother, Wen Qiyang. But in the end, Xia Fangyu chose to first take revenge for a personal grudge, to the extent that he let extreme spirit of the divine abyss escape. In the end, Wen Qiyang, the person you all betrayed, had to turn the tide and die again.